Okay. All right, it is now 1:01. I will open this meeting of the Grand County Board of Canvassers. Present are Commissioners Evan Clapper, Bill Winfield, Trish Hedin, Mike McCurdy, and myself, Jacques Hadler, as well as our clerk, Gabriel Wojtek, and our County Attorney, Stephen Stocks. Our first order of business today is the canvass and certification of the 2024 general election, and for that, I will turn it over to Clerk Wojtek.
Thank you, Chair. So what I have currently that's uploaded to the agenda packet available for public consumption is the materials related to this canvas certification. A couple of these materials a few of them are related to the direct materials that we need to certify and sign and transmit to the Lieutenant Governor's office immediately after this meeting. That applies to the official results page, which will have all of y'all's signatures, the summary results reports, and the Grand County Canvas statistics report. Those comprise those documents that get transmitted. And so I'll jump right in a little bit to just a summary of what's in here. The summary results report shows that of 5,872 registered voters as of the voter registration deadline on October 31st, there were 5,371 total ballots cast. So another great turnout for a presidential election in Grand County, coming to 91.47%. Maybe we'll even call that 91.5 to make us, look a little nicer. I'll jump ahead to there's a disposition of ballots report that breaks down some greater detail about the amounts of ballots that we received into our office and processed in one way or another, the amount of total ballots counted, and then the amount of those ballots that didn't end up getting counted and are not certified as part of these results. Going back to the summary results reports, of course, see all of the federal and state races, and then jumping ahead to the local races. As you all can see, we did have one very, very close race. That was Commission District 1. The total margin ended up being 10 votes there. The margin that would have triggered a recount situation would have been 3 votes, so we still weren't within that threshold. And I should point out that of ballots not counted, the ballots that those districts that those ballots were assigned to or were specific to, it still wouldn't have brought that into the recount threshold, if that makes sense. If all those ballots had been cured and counted, at least the curables and the provisionals, they weren't, enough of them weren't applicable to that district in such a way that would have made that difference. I should also mention, for good measure, that the summary results report in Grand County School District 4, that was a certified write-in candidate, Jenna Woodbury, that received 122 votes of those write-in votes, and was with your certification will be elected for that seat on the school board. And then I'll jump ahead to the final sort of summary detail statistic page that starts at the top. It says all ballots counted, 5,371, and it just gives detail about the sort of a turnout. 122 provisional ballots counted on election day. That was out of 134 total provisional ballots received, so that explains that 91%. We were able to get out and cure 46 ballots after election day, and we did receive 14 ballots via USPS with a ballot postmark. That was the 4th, the day before election day. And then some other general statistics regarding, some of it is duplicative, but ballots not counted received, again, talking about that. And then just a little breakout of the amount of ballots that we sent out. There's the overseas and military ballots sent. And then just a snapshot of, if anyone was curious about how we got the ballots back to our office, the breakout of how many came back through the mail, how many folks brought their ballots back and dropped them in the drop box, how many people came in person, essentially means after the voter registration deadline, coming into the office, getting a ballot, voting it. That's more or less explains that category. And one I think item of celebration. I don't have the comparable number right now, but 81 ballots returned undeliverable by the USPS. That's a big win. I think that's one of the a real bright spot here, and it's a testament to the great work done by Dana Van Horn, my chief election officer, and keeping our rolls really clean, and the fact that we had registrations up to date to the point where there was that small amount of ballots that ended up coming back to us undeliverable, I think speaks to that, and the care and attention we put to making sure our registration rolls are as accurate as possible. And compared to, and we did beat the 2020 general election turnout, which was 87.61%. So, that's the information is pretty well detailed and laid out here. I could field any questions if anyone has any. It was a very successful election. I think I spoke to it at the last meeting. I was just really happy with everyone's cooperation and everyone's participation.
Thank you, Gabe. I'd like to congratulate yourself and your staff for doing an awesome job and staying here so late on election night. I know that couldn't have been fun working a 20-hour day. So yeah, thank you. And
Do it for
yeah,
what we're here for sure. It's a Super Bowl.
Yes. Is that our county record for voter turnout? 91.5%. That seems pretty awesome.
I think 2016 might have been higher.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. It's right up there.
Yeah.
It's worth knowing. I think that depends a lot on how clean the voter rolls are. Yeah. So
Right. So if they're not very clean, yeah.
But so if the voter rolls are clean, that's going to probably give you a higher turnout number.
Great. So it speaks well.
But yeah, it's an impressively high number.
Yeah. Yep.
I just have one question for my education here, but undervotes, some of them have such a large number. Does that, like, when they didn't have anybody running against them, is that just some people didn't mark that?
That just means that there wasn't a vote made in that race. So it was
Okay, they left their ballot blank.
They left it blank for that race.
I thought that's what.
Yeah. Okay. And we do in our process, which is what is called adjudication. We do review two election workers, myself and Dana. We review those. You know, a human looks at those to verify that indeed that was the case, and that the machine didn't sort of miss it. Yeah. And especially like we took great care in verifying, especially that close District 1 race. We wanted to make sure that, we were taking a look at anything in that one.
All right. So next step would be to make a motion to verify. Is that right?
Yeah, and there's a pretty lengthy motion that I scratched into the agenda packet. If you all will indulge.
I actually didn't see it.
I did not update. Yeah, I looked for it, but I didn't see it. Okay, let me.
You have it handwritten, I'll take
Right.
it. Or I'll stab at it.
Let's see.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
Mine shows there. Somebody else.
Mine shows there.
I got a planning
Okay.
commission.
Glad to do it. Thank you. Okay, I move to certify the votes cast in the November 8, 2022 general election as presented by the election officer and canvassed by the County Board of Canvassers. Through the certification of these results, the Board of Canvassers hereby declares elected the following individuals: Trish Shadeen, Grand County Commission District 1, Melody McCandless, Grand County Commission District 2, Jacques Adler, Grand County Commission District 3, Brian Martinez, Grand County Commission at Large, Debbie Swayze, Grand County Assessor, Gina Nelson, Grand County Recorder, Chris Kaufman, Grand County Treasurer, Melissa Bird, Grand County School District 2, Laura Lee Green, Grand County School Board District 3, Jenna Woodbury, Grand County School District 4, and Danilee Welch O'Donnell retained as 7th District Court Judge. This board hereby directs the election officer to transmit the certified report of these results to the office of the Lieutenant Governor and comply with all other declaration requirements as described in Utah State Code 20A-4-304. What did I miss? Oh, right.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
I read the date November 8, 2022, but that should have been November 8, 2024.
November 5th, 2024. Happy
November 5th, 2024. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Sorry for watching that.
No, that was me.
You did.
Second by Mike. All right, I have a motion to verify by Commissioner Whitfield, a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any discussion before calling for a vote? All right, all those in favor, raise your hands, and the vote passes unanimously with Commissioner, again, absent. Should I do a citizen speaker? It is on the agenda somewhere, so I'll open this up for a quick citizens to be heard session. Is there anyone in the chambers here who would like to come forward and make a comment about or pertaining to our Board of Canvassers? Is there anyone online? All right, it looks like not. So I will now call this meeting of the Grand County Board of Canvassers to a close. Thank you. And I will open up our Grand County Commission workshop on land use element. Present are all the commissioners that we named previously, plus Commissioner Walker and County Administrator Gwen Hall. And I will turn the land use element workshop over to Amy Weiser, our Planning and Zoning Director.
All right, thank you. Really quick, Alicia, I can't seem to share my screen. Thank you. And I apologize, I've had a really bad cold, and so I may start uncontrollably coughing, which is, thankfully I was on my computer at 6:30 this morning and saw that Thomas sent me an email. So I begged Thomas from CZB to join me today in the event. I'm thrilled he can join us and help explain this as well. And if I really can't talk anymore, he's here to step in. So thank you, Thomas. So I'm just going to run through really fast a brief summary of the staff report we shared with the Planning Commission, just a couple highlights. And then I'm going to run through the plan itself, and Thomas is going to kind of speak about it, and I'll be moving the slides for him. So just briefly, we just wanted to run through, this is an update to the general plan 2030. So just to reorient everybody, there was a 2012 general plan, and then it was adopted in May 17th of 2022 by the general plan 2030. Section 6 land use of the general plan, it was written and adopted as an unfinished document. It was rather odd. in that it had a language in red text, that the following land use designations are meant to guide the direction of the general plan, and that placeholders are there. Those designations are placeholders before a redraft of this section. So the redraft pretty much started immediately after that, which a lot of you are aware of. So, so that's kind of just the background there. But so this draft, this new chapter 6 land use, most of the time general plans talk about future land use designations, and with CZB, they their direction was to update this in a more user-friendly way, with more illustrations and more graphics. And so they did that. They did a great job. And what they've, instead of calling them land use designations, we're calling them place types instead. So when you go through this, you'll see these place types. So these are the following place types that are now proposed. So you'll see regional centers, neighborhood centers, mixed use flex commercial, resort tourist recreation, kind of goes on and on. So you'll see these place types as we go through this. So each one has a general description of the appropriate uses envisioned for these areas. And once the land use chapter is adopted, then immediately there will be an update to the land use code. There's a line item in my budget to help hire a consultant for that. And that update to the land use code will then mirror and marry with the new chapter 6 land use of the general plan. And that will designate actual zoning designations that will go under those place types. Some of those zoning designations may not exist right now because there's new place types in the new land use element. So we'll run through that as we go through this. So I just wanted to orient you a little bit. Things to consider when looking at this draft that we told the Planning Commission is, are there any general uses that you feel aren't represented in the descriptions of the place types? So when you read this over the next few weeks, the first public hearing on this will be December 3rd. And then hopefully on December 17th, you all will render a decision. So as you're looking at this, are there any uses that you feel aren't represented? Are the locations of the proposed place types appropriate? So think about that. Are the locations for types of housing appropriate? Are the areas being considered for increased density the appropriate locations? Are the illustrations clear and helpful? And then there's also a graph we put in at the end, which will show you that show what existing zoning designations correspond to the new place types, just to help people's brains go, okay, so this zone would be in this designation. So we'll run through that, and this is just a workshop for you to take a look at it. The Planning Commission did have a few changes, and I do have that. I can pull up Thomas, so I might just pull that one up. They requested a few changes, which Thomas has made. And those changes were, page 35, they requested a change to this mixed use flex commercial place type. We added an additional paragraph about water here and its limitations on our growth. We added more additional information in this next step section, which you'll see. And then we also added.
So we can read about the changes they recommended. Is that in here somewhere?
Oh, sorry, it should have pulled up on your screen.
And the page you're referring to is in the draft of the.
No, hang on.
Okay.
No way. Give me 1 second. 1 second. So these were the changes. Okay, that the Planning Commission requested that are reflected in the document I'm going to put on the screen, which is a little different than the one you have.
They're not in our packet here.
They're not. So we just made these recently. So
What you're looking at is that something that's
no, this is so I'm pulling this up right now. This is just a few changes the Planning Commission made, which isn't totally pertinent to our discussion today, but I just wanted to share with you that they just had a few requested changes. They forwarded a recommendation for approval with these changes, which I'll put in your packet and you'll see reflected in your copy in your packet for the December 3rd meeting. So they just had a few requested changes. I just wanted to show you that they didn't have many. These were the few they requested. And I'm gonna pull up the plan with those changes for our meeting, unless you feel like that would be confusing. There weren't that many changes, so really fast. And then Thomas, I'm gonna let you sort of run through it like we did with the planning commission, if you're good with that. And I'll just be moving the screen around.
Sure, that works. Yeah,
Okay,
thanks. Okay, so it's great to be with you all. Thanks. This chapter has an introduction which really gives an outline of the community's demographic and geographical area. If you move to the next page, we talk about what is a land use plan, just to familiarize users who may not be familiar with a land use plan. We talk about what a land use plan can do and what it can't do. Certainly can guide development, enhance quality of life, minimize land use conflicts by way of recommendations for code, etc. Things it can't do are control the market. It can't enforce regulations. It can't ensure community consensus, as you probably are all very well aware of. We just do like to let people know that a land use plan chapter is a non-binding document. As Amy noted earlier, it sounds as if you guys are going to budget for code revisions. We think that's an excellent first step because this flies at about 35,000 feet. Code, of course, lives on the ground. So that's fantastic. But just letting people know that this is a non-binding document to give you guidance. Go to the next page. We outlined a little bit of the community process. Amy did a little bit of that outline earlier as well, noting that you've got a general plan approved in 2022 with the draft chapter. There was a lot of work done relative to the land use at that time. All of that work was brought forward. We kind of outlined that work on this spread. Go to the next one. So this is kind of a little bit of a background. How did we get here? It talks a little bit about the community demographics. As you can see there, change in population by age groups. You can see that it's increasing more quickly with older residents. If you take a look at the Arches and Canyonlands, you can see how quickly tourism is increasing. We think that's important because, of course, you guys are in the middle of a highly desirable tourist region. And then you can kind of see a comparison of household income relative to the state. You can start to see what the increases have been since 2000 to 2020 based on census data. Go to the next slide. Here we outline the significant increase in vacant housing. Keep in mind, this is census data, and vacant housing is generally deemed to be second homes or nightly rentals. And so it is a census designation, so it's not as specific as we would like. We're working with Macau to see if we can.
Thomas,
in-
yeah,
Sure.
we just lost you for a second. If you're talking, having a IT issue.
Okay, can you hear me now or no?
Yeah, maybe back up for 20
Oh.
seconds or so.
Sure.
I think we were talking about housing last time.
Okay, so this graph shows the increase in the number of housing units, and you'll see that the greatest increase is for vacant housing. Keep in mind, this is US Census data, so it doesn't go as deep as understanding exactly what vacant housing is. So vacant housing by way of the census is either housing that is second housing or second units, or it is nightly rental units. So you can see there that the increase is pretty significant for vacant housing. That probably comes as no surprise to you. We are working with Macau because Jerry on the Planning Commission had asked if we were able to, through the county records, determine what percent of the vacant is nightly rental versus that which is second home. So if we can get that data, we'll put it in. That's pretty on the ground data, but if we can get it, we'd like to get it in there. The right chart is an outline of the service-related jobs. That is the most robust of the economic sectors. And so we kind of drilled down a little bit to understand where jobs are increasing the most and or maybe slightly decreasing. You can see on the right-hand side, most of the decreases are outside of the service sector economy. And I know that there is a Trails to Tomorrow plan that is looking at opportunities for economic diversification, and that probably would speak to some of the recommendations in there. That data would probably speak to why they're making some of the recommendations in that plan, I should say. And then we get into the vision and growth framework. There's not a single vision statement. You can go to the next page, Amy. There's not a single vision statement, but really a recommendation for some planning principles that ideally will get you all to the kind of land use that you want to see. You can see those on the right-hand side. There's 1 through 5 that is focusing on corridors and centers as a development framework, trying to get more development into centers along the corridors, accommodating a diverse range of income levels. Part of that speaks to some of the housing issues. Part of that speaks to just the opportunity to age in place in a community. Collaborate with regional partners, balancing the utilization of growth management tools, meaning that there may be opportunities to offer density bonuses or height bonuses in those centers, those places where you want to see development, but not putting those everywhere. There are certainly areas that you want to protect. And then just respecting the character of the Spanish Valley. On that left-hand side, we've kind of given a single page capsule to some of the challenges to overcome, which are almost an encapsulation of the demographic data from the pages prior, just so it makes it a bit easier for the readers if they're looking for it in a single location. Then if you move to the next one, Amy, this is kind of a growth framework outline. We've really got 3 components to this. Part of it is that centers, which we just discussed, and we'll get into a little bit more detail. And then protecting the edges, knowing when we say, this is our edge, we work from this point inward. And then capitalizing on the local community character. We heard that from our community outreach, that was important, and we think that's important, especially given the character of the area, the character of the environment, both built and natural. You can go to the next one. Here we start to define what centers are, which are essentially mixed use districts with higher density residential development and commercial development, either in a neighborhood setting or a regional setting. We identify 2 centers, actually 2 types of centers, I should say. One is the regional and one is the neighborhood center. We identify a few of those locations, the 4 recommended locations in the community. You can see the 2 regional centers. One is at Mill Creek in 191. The other would be at Spanish Trail Road in 191. We think that those offers some opportunities for increased density, increased heights, and really opportunities to incentivize development in those areas. They've got the infrastructure in those areas, and they're already starting to emerge as that, just given the transportation infrastructure, and they could be developed into more. Then we've got 2 neighborhood centers. One is up at Mill Creek and Murphy Lane, but that kind of goes a little further down Murphy Lane as well. We think that one is an opportunity to create a center where you could go find, it could be a small restaurant, it could be, a cafe, opportunities for a bodega or maybe a small grocery store, just places that you could easily walk to. The neighborhood centers are more walkable. The regional centers certainly attract people essentially throughout the county. They're power centers, but in a good way, in the sense that they have the opportunity to bring in people from the outside, but also provide that density, which may make them a bit more walkable, not unlike a downtown or a neighborhood center that you might experience in a growing community. And then that second neighborhood center was down at Resource Boulevard, which would be just south of Arroyo Crossing. Given some of the development going on there with the housing, there's an opportunity to create a small neighborhood center that could help service those folks as well, and offer different housing typologies and an increase in potential density in that location. If you go to the next one, Amy, I think we've got a page that kind of gives kind of a bit of a visualization for each of these. You can see the one on the left is a regional center. You can certainly see that it's larger in scale. This is it's a bit of a magnet in the area. And so it has an opportunity to reach beyond, 5 and 10 miles, as I outlined earlier. The one on the right is a neighborhood center. This offers those kind of day-to-day amenities that might be necessary for residents very nearby. It doesn't mean you couldn't drive here. Certainly there's parking, et cetera. We know that everybody utilizes a car, but this is much more connected to bike and pedestrian pathways to the neighborhoods. You go to the next one, Amy. This is component 2, which is defining and protecting the edges. And so you can see a map on the right that's really talking about, that really illustrates, I should say, areas that are not in green that could be, that are areas where there could be additional development. There might be opportunities for increased density, even beyond some of those areas outside of the centers. But really the areas in green, by do no harm, does not mean there's not development there. It just means what you see is what you get, essentially. Those areas, by protecting those, keeping those with approximately the same zoning and density standards, you could start to push some of that opportunity into those centers in the heart of the Spanish Valley. And then, as Amy noted, there's a water resource recommendation in terms of looking to the future and water usage. Go to the next one. This is capitalizing upon the community's character, and the character of the community is kind of, it's got an agrarian component, but it's also kind of got this charming component. We heard from a number of people. They provided what they thought the character was. We thought it actually fit. It's a bit eclectic, but that is part of what makes the Spanish Valley, in our opinion, so unique. And so really capitalizing on that. You'll see on the right, we talk about the natural landscape. So there's a built character and a natural character. On the right, certainly your natural character is very unique, very distinctive, very well understood. Then if you go to the bottom section, you'll see the built landscape, which is also kind of, again, this very character. It has a sense of, kind of southeastern, it's got that southeastern Utah, but it's got an opportunity and opening for new development as well. Relative to the built landscape, we did do some plan analysis for some of the other plans that could impact land use. One of those was the UDOT 191 South Moab concept study. They had some recommendations in there that we thought were pretty large in scale for the area. And so we made some recommendations in terms of working with UDOT down the line. There may be some opportunities to maybe look at this more incrementally. Some of the additions of lanes may not be necessary at this point. It might be better to look at maybe frontage roads and pathways or bikeways in those areas that are undeveloped. It's interesting how impactful 191 is to the character of the Spanish Valley. And so we just thought that was really important to maybe look at scaling that back or really implementing that incrementally so that the community gets exactly what it needs. And certainly on the right side is the natural landscape, protecting what you can. That is part of defining the edges and ensuring that is going to be a part of your future ad infinitum. And then we get into probably what is the most traditional part of the plan, which is really getting into the land uses. You go down to the next one. Amy outlined place types. Place types are not significantly different from land use. They just offer some additional components, i.e. place types really kind of look at the identifying the look and the feel of a place, looking at street characteristics, streetscape characteristics, the form and the character. For example, we like to point out that even in a residential neighborhood, you may have a church or a school, or there may be a coffee shop on the corner that's existed for decades. That's part of that residential area. They may not be residential land uses per se, a school, et cetera, but they fit into the place type that is residential. You'll see on the map that we've got the place types, everything listed from the top one in the red is mixed use flex commercial down to parks and recreation, kind of looking at it in terms of a bit of hierarchy. We've got resort and tourist recreation, compact neighborhood. We'll get into some of the details because I think the subsequent pages have them. But looking at the compact neighborhood, for example, you can kind of see that is the area around closer to Moab and around some of the mixed use flex commercial. Those are neighborhoods that have different opportunities for different housing typologies. It could be a single family house, it could be a duplex, triplex, fourplex, maybe even a small multifamily and eightplex in there. So you'll start to see on the map, there's kind of a sense of hierarchy as you move out from 191. I won't walk through all of these unless you guys really want me to, but these are the descriptions for the place types. You'll see that, for example, on the left side, the mixed use commercial, we outline what the characteristics of the place type are. We include some primary uses as well as secondary uses so that you start to see what this character could be. Moving forward into zoning, you would probably see some of these as primary uses, maybe some are conditional uses, yet to be seen when you get on the ground. But the intent was to define the character of the mixed use flex commercial, which is primarily the commercial area in that area along 191. And then the rest of these walk through a similar pattern with primary uses, secondary uses. There you can see the compact neighborhood, and you'll see that we've got an illustration on the top, kind of an artistic illustration that shows different housing typologies. You can see ADUs, you can see multifamily, small multifamily units, as well as single family. Just recognizing that those neighborhoods are probably more robust in terms of housing types offered. Then as you scroll down, it gets probably a little bit more traditional. You move into rural residential, and then certainly range and grading where you have larger properties. But all of the characteristics, the primary, the secondary uses, estimated densities, sizes are included in each one of those place types. Then we've got some areas of opportunity. We think that these are areas that might warrant future small area planning efforts. One is the uranium mill site. There's some talk about what could happen up there as that gets closer to completion. That again may warrant some more detailed planning efforts. We think that is a great idea. There's some land west of 191 near Francis Drive that could be, maybe it becomes a commercial or a mini tech park or an industrial or mini tech park, something like that. It's right adjacent to the USU campus. And then there's some land south down near the rodeo grounds. I think the school district owns this, but there may be some opportunities for collaboration to do something down in that area if they're not proposing to use it for a school. The next pages are just some recommendations about how to think about rezoning requests moving forward. Maybe as part of the zoning ordinance, you guys look at a brand new zoning map. That would be a perfect way to do it. But if you're looking at individual zoning requests, we could give a bit of an outline here, how to think about it based on place types in this plan. And on the right side, we actually we took the zoning districts and kind of showed you how they would translate to the place types for future rezoning designations. So, for example, you can see neighborhood on the right side, the second one down, neighborhood center, for example. That would, of course, include neighborhood commercial zoning as well as multifamily residential. Those would certainly be two uses that you would want to see in a neighborhood center and a future zoning designation or overlay, depending how it's ultimately decided when you look at the zoning code and maybe zoning map update. And then this last section is our path forward. You can kind of see at the bottom left there, we've got do a zoning code update, look at public-private partnership opportunities and economic incentives, and then look at ongoing regional collaboration. So start with the zoning code update. It looks like that one is actually being considered for next year. Again, super important to get your code right because the plan flies at a much higher elevation than does the code. So that's a really important step. So that is smart. Public and private partnerships, also really smart. We always like to make sure that people understand that just because you zone something for higher density or you zone something for mixed use, it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen. The market is a finicky animal, right? It moves at its own speed. There may be the need to incentivize. We talked through some of the tools in this section, tax increment financing, for example. There could be tax abatements. We specifically think that some of those tools might be well used in the centers area where you want to funnel some additional development. So really think about that because, again, the market left to its own devices doesn't necessarily move as quickly as you would like and or necessarily where you would like. So partnerships and focusing will be important. And then I think the last part of this is the ongoing regional collaboration. You are all very familiar with this. You guys do a great job of collaboration. But again, working with the city of Moab, thinking about how to zone the areas right around Moab is going to be important. UDOT, we outlined the 191 concept plan they had. I think working with them is important. They have a context-sensitive solutions program that is a part of UDOT. So that program gives you all, the communities of this state, the opportunity to really kind of guide that character and guide what it feels like for the UDOT rights of way that traverse your communities. We think taking advantage of that is really, really important. We include the National Park Service. They've done some great work up in Yellowstone with some philanthropic gifts to the National Park Service, where that translated to the National Park Service investing dollars for workforce housing. We think that there may be an opportunity to coordinate with them down the line. They provide a significant tourism boost to you all, and you are then left to deal with that to accommodate the workforce as well as the tourists. So partnership with them might prove fruitful in terms of economic development opportunities. And then just working with similar resort communities throughout the state, whether it's a Kanab or a St. George or a Park City, et cetera, a Torrey, other communities are dealing with the exact same issues relative to housing, tourism, impacts on the service sector economy. So working with them and taking advantage of their inputs and their thoughts is probably a worthy endeavor. Also, if you're thinking about looking at changes to TRT tax opportunities, could a portion of that go toward housing? Could a portion of that go back toward something else that's needed for the community? Doing that with a group of other communities who have similar ideas is probably an easier way to get that through the legislature. And then I think the last one on the last page is DNR, the Division of Natural Resources. Again, they have some potential monies that could go toward community needs. And again, maybe that comes in the form of housing or otherwise, but that partnership may prove useful down the line. So kind of that ending just as recognition of some of the next steps and how important some are that are not really normally thought to be land use, but they're really policy. But what you all do in terms of that policy can really help get this land use plan off the ground. Sorry if I went a little long. I was trying to go quickly. I don't know if you guys have any questions.
Yeah, so we just wanted to make sure you could ask Thomas some questions if you want to today. If you wanted to email us questions. Thomas is always readily available. If you're wondering about things, have questions, we've met with some of the planning commissioners individually as they've wondered about things, and some of them had great ideas which were incorporated. And so I just encourage you to spend some time with it. I told Thomas that I get lost, I get distracted by the graphics, and there's actually a lot of text in here. And so pay attention to the text. My brain is more words oriented, and those kind of, distract me. So just as you work through it, just really pay attention to the text, and primary and secondary uses are really important to pay attention to, the density. So as you look at these place types and you look at those primary, secondary density, go back to the map and really think about, is that the best place for that to be? I think those are the things that we need to hear back from the commission. And we heard some of that back from the planning commission as well. So yeah, any questions for now?
I mean, I think just a comment I'll make is this was a really extensive, elaborate process with a lot of community engagement. And so I just want you guys, I'm sure you went to some of the workshops, and I just want to reiterate that the community was extremely involved in kind of putting stickies on those maps, and then they took those and produced this, which I think there's a lot of value in that. There's a lot of input.
Yeah, no, thank you, Trish. And that's certainly in the staff report, and it'll be in your staff report too. But yeah, it's been going on since, middle of 2022. So I know it's been a long process, and some people in the community have come and gone and maybe haven't seen this. So that's also something to be aware of. But yeah, I think CZB did a great job compiling all those comments into this document, and it definitely looks much different than the rest of the general plan. So keep that in mind. But that was the direction they were given. So
Yeah, thanks. I look forward to reading through this in detail. I had a few small, kind of nitpicky comments that might as well get out of the way in case I forget them. At the very beginning, it talks about 2 national parks located in Grant County, but there's really just one. Canyonlands is adjacent to us, and we're people set off for but technically it's not. So I don't know if there's a way to
Yeah.
rephrase that.
yeah,
We'll
Thomas,
rephrase
did you hear that? Sometimes it's hard to hear.
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, we'll rephrase that. Thank you.
Okay.
Another is, so two separate issues in the Rimrock Roberts Drive area. One kind of minor is that, for years, there's a big chunk, I think it's like 120 acres of DLM land on the southwest corner of that area that, shows up on county zoning maps, but it's BLM land. They're not planning to dispose of it. It should really be dropped.
What page are you looking at, Kevin? Just the zoning map? I mean,
Just the map.
Future land use map in general, you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's one place you could, excuse me, the future land use map, just the standalone last agenda packet is that dark green area that's been zoned ranging, grazing, open lands, and that's true, but that's federal land. So I think that's just some mapping glitch from probably 20 years ago that's just persisted because people use the same GIS layers. Then
Okay.
more importantly, on page 27, there's a map about protecting the edges, and it mentions some very specific places, and one of them is a line drawn across, kind of dividing that neighborhood into areas that are close to the highway versus ones that are closer back toward the cliff. With that, and I think past Grand County planning efforts have made that same distinction, like on the HDHO. I think we use different densities there. That seems to ultimately the consensus, but on the future land use map, it just paints the whole neighborhood the same color. So
And do you mean this neighborhood? Can you see my cursor? Do you
yeah,
mean-
that's the map I'm talking about.
Do you mean this neighborhood?
No,
You mean-
Red Cliffs there. That one.
Oh, okay. Let me go to the map. Really. I noticed some things. Okay, so this This area here?
Yeah. That green blob is all federal land, so that doesn't count, and then all the private land is given the same designation. But elsewhere in the document, that area is split into two different designations, so I don't know if that was intentional or an oversight or what.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So one thing with that moderate scale neighborhood, Kevin, that yellow you see in that area.
Mhm.
If you look at the description, and that's where sometimes, double checking these things, but it actually does increase there, so. It does say small to medium lot, single family detached housing, but then it also says. Townhomes up to 4 units per building, duplex, triplex, quadplex, and 4 to 6 units per acre. So just as you look at those things, it does increase it a little bit. Doesn't completely stay status quo.
Yeah, I was talking maybe, yeah, so that's maybe appropriate for the areas close to the highway, but then on page 27, talking about the areas that are further from the highway, it says in this context,
Oh, in the
Our-
text?
leave these areas, maintain densities as is the present, which is 1 acre lots.
Yeah, we'll look over that. Yeah, I think I'm with you. We'll take a look at that.
With some of the other parallel kind of conversations that we've had around zoning stuff, I think that there's been some exploring of splitting the range and grazing into separate kind of subcategories. And I was wondering what your take on that being captured in this vision.
Sure.
And
Well, let me go there really quick. So there's been some discussion about open lands, or whether we call them places, different places call them different things. So like forest reserve, forest land, where you might have bigger acreages, like 80-acre minimum or 40-acre minimum. So I think that's where this would be done, Evan. And so under this density, I think it would be good to say, to break that down a little bit, Thomas, in the sense that what the county's kind of been talking about, and Thomas and I haven't talked about this, is creating a place type, Thomas, that is really preserving the land, and mainly for grazing and forestry and mining and those kinds of things. So this does say are greater than 10 acres. So I think in the
Yeah.
future, as we come up with different zoning designations, it would still fall under this, but one might be the one that we talked about that was 5 or 10 acres and allows some particular uses. And then the other one would be minimum lot size 40 or 80 or whatever is decided, but those would both fall under this place type.
yeah, I wonder if instead of having two fall under the place type, if it's worth splitting those out so that we kind of are describing the differences of these. I don't want to call them hobby ranches, but some of the like 5 to 10 acre versus large 100-acre plus or whatever those may be. But
Sure, we can take a look at that.
it's when there's this kind of big catch-all, like let's just put everything under there. It kind of preserves some of that ambiguity.
Sure, yeah, we can certainly look at that, and you can all talk about that. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I think we could actually probably provide clarification in there, because I think that it's almost the same character place type, but it's got a couple of different uses. I think we can divide that out for you.
Thanks. Okay. All right, well, we'll be back December 3rd with this. So if you have any questions in the meantime, just reach out to me, reach out to Thomas. And
I had one quick comment, Amy. On the regional collaboration section, I think that the omission there is San Juan County. Was that
I agree. Good point. Did you
yeah,
hear
we
that,
can.
Thomas?
We can add that. That's a good idea.
So there, on your screen, there's some pink boxes that aren't showing up in the agenda one. Like that we're just seeing the bottom of it above the Park Service there. Is that page 49 or, yeah, that bottom right one
Mhm.
isn't coming through on the draft that I'm looking at.
That might be something we added since your
Okay,
draft.
okay.
Yeah,
That's right. Since the planning commission, we added a couple of little clarifying sentences that they had asked us to put in. So you'll definitely see that on the next round.
Gotcha.
And Amy, could you share that list that you showed at the very beginning of the planning commission?
yeah.
Just email it around or something.
Well, you'll see that in your staff report for December 3rd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'll be, your staff report will have their suggested changes. I just wanted you to know that they only really had 4 suggested changes. Trish was at that meeting and, so the plan is kind of adopted those requested changes.
Okay, but as I read through the plan in detail, it might be nice to have it at a time instead of waiting till December 3rd.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Thanks, Amy. Go get some rest.
It's like you're gonna tell her to go get to work.
No, yeah, it's go get to work. Absolutely. All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Amy. All right, I think that'll conclude our first workshop on the land use element today. Let's recess until right around, I guess it's only 3 minutes. Let's reconvene at 2:05 for our budget workshop, if that works for everybody. Thanks. All right, it's 2:04 on November 18th. I will now open this Grand County Special Budget Workshop. All present are Commissioners Walker, Clapper, Winfield, Hadeen, McCurdy, McGann, myself, Hadler. Also have Clerk Wojtek, Attorney Stocks, and County Administrator Quinn Hall. I will turn the session over to our clerk for the workshop.
Yeah, I'll turn it right over to.
All right, perfect.
Well, since it looks like it's ahead of me. So, this is really going to be a workshop. I mean, we are in the final stages of the budget, trying to get it to a position by 12/3, present it publicly. So we have several agenda topics here, and most of them are just going to keep us progressing from the tentative budget to a final budget. So I'm just going to I'll keep the budget or the agenda item up here and describe and share what we have available. Some documentation may be different from what was in the packet because we're literally working it all day. So let's go to revenue forecast update. I do want to thank my colleague here, Commissioner Kevin Walker, on helping come up with, let me pull that up. Last time we came here, we presented two revenue forecast methods. And Kevin and I have spent a lot of time. I believe that there was an inappropriate methodology used last time, and now we've simplified it, worked together. Gabe's been involved, so I want to present what we have right here. And this is really simply looking at 3 years of 12-month totals ending October. That was one of the challenges we had. I was estimating in November and December, trying to get that December year end, but so that's beside the point. And so you can see in the tax categories or tax types I have here, we have average or percent changes year over year using this 12-month moving total. That would give us a percent change looking forward to 2025. So you see these numbers are less extreme than what we presented last time, because I think this method of creating the averages is a much simpler method, and Kevin, I'm going to come to you. So basically what we're proposing today using this 3-year, 12-month living total is TRT down 1.23%, restaurant up 3.6%, sales up 4.3%, hospital up 2.1%, tourism down minus 0.77, which puts us at a revenue forecast for the 2025 budget, roughly about $17 million total broken out this way. I feel comfortable with this. Kevin, I'd like you to weigh in on this.
Yeah, looks straightforward to me. I think this is one of the simplest, most straightforward ways you can do it.
Yeah.
So, I did get that bottom category that you're calling tourism, that's actually, a lot of that's like highway, highway taxes.
Group stuff, really based on the fund it was gonna go into.
Yeah, but the highway taxes aren't going into the tourism fund.
I get exactly what you're saying. That definition of tourism, I think tourism is the county highway, public transit, off-road vehicle, and that's it.
And so I think within that tax, maybe very roughly half of it are those highway taxes, which are increasing. But then we've had some big decreases in the vehicle rental tax. Part of that's because of the changes at the airport. We're not getting as much traffic, and so so those almost cancel each other out. So we're left with a small decrease there, but it's anyway. I just wanted to point out that we have a lot of dissimilar taxes altogether.
So I guess what should we do here? We vote on this or take an action on this?
On approving that particular number.
Yeah.
I think a straw poll probably is the way to go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, how does everyone feel? Just simple thumbs up, thumbs down?
In fact, we're just agreeing that there's possible of a 0.5% of growth next year? Or what is it?
I think that we're agreeing that with the number that we're gonna use for the budget is what, 16,962,974, is that right?
I think that's a good context though, Bill, is, I'm not trying to be an economist here. As a budget manager, I had to use some crystal ball forecasts for the revenue. The second I walk out the door, it's gonna change, right? But I have to use some number that says this is what our plan is for next year. And so that's what this is. There's really no hard consequence other than we have to use the number for the revenue forecast. So this looks to be the best we have based on the data.
I'm reluctant to give the thumbs up if that's just going to allow us to look at our budget and say, let's grow it by X amount. If this is just a generalization thing, sure, let's look at it, but we're gonna have to go through and bring this budget into line. The dollars that we have coming into this county to justify it.
I love where you're going with that. This is in no way indicating this is what we plan to achieve. This is just a snapshot in time. You're saying, hey, we have to use a number. I'd like to see these numbers go through the roof. And I think
We have to have a plan if we want to see growth in this county. We have no plan. If we're just going to hope as it goes up and down, and we're gonna adjust our budget as we hope that it goes up and down, that's not a plan. And so.
yeah, so I'm not gonna editorialize on this, but obviously if you see some negative numbers anywhere, you'd be thinking, okay, well, maybe we need to try to do something to turn that around. But that's not my intent. My intent is just saying, are you guys okay with this?
That's great. Yeah, now I got it.
Okay. Thumbs up, okay. Now let me give you guys the snapshot, because this is what I keep track of every day. All right, one other thing we're gonna present today is that we used an $800,000 fund surplus because we're over budgeting based on history. Right. We're increasing it to 1 million. We're going to suggest we increase it to 1 million. And Gabe's going to show you a lot of analysis on this. One, the data approves it, that we can include that 1 million. And two, Utah State guidelines allows us 5% of budget surplus. This is kind of in that area. Gabe is going to describe this. Assumption is that we're over budget. We assume an over budget. Let's see. Fund 10 has $10.6 million of balance. We just talked about the 3-year simple moving average. So right now, presently, our budget is $469,000 over budget. You got to bring that number down to zero.
That does or does not incorporate that $1 million.
It includes the one
We haven't entered.
So we're at 1,468,000.
Hey, Steve, Stephen has a need, yeah.
I was gonna say do that, and then if you click on the curate on the right-hand side and drop that side menu down.
I'm sorry, what
Right,
over here?
right there, that, yes.
Yeah.
This?
Yep.
Oh, because you're not seeing.
Well, no, I just want it to be as big as possible, and then you zoomed in right before you said it, so it looks good.
I actually on this one, Google Docs, I have to do this here. All right. There you go.
Yeah, it's much better, thank you.
All right, yeah. All right, so we are $469,000 over budget, including the 1 million we already estimated. So technically, we're 1.5 million over budget. So we're gonna assume 1 million is safe because of historical over budgeting and underspending. In fact, an example of even this, we calculated all the benefits and salaries offline in the spreadsheet. But then when we put it into our Cassell Advantage budgeting tool, it assumes the merit bonus for all employees for the entire year, where if I do that offline, your merit bonus is only active from your hire date to the end of the year. So I'm already thinking in this one calculation, there's like 250,000 that's just over budget in terms of bonus. Because our tool just assumes 12 months for everybody. Yeah, but in the real world, some people, if your hire date is on November 1st, you're only gonna get 1 month. So that's just one of the reasons that $1 million is put in. All right. Gable described 1 million. We're $469,000 over budget, plus anything that we approve down here. COLA, possible public safety, URS contribution, possible. I did get a straw poll on an email from you all, but I think we need to bring it back up again, which option we could use for a possible electric official salary increase. New positions, all 10 of them, if they were all approved, if the 6 job reclasses are approved, that puts us about a $1.6 million problem to solve. The balance of budget. And we're going to present some of these items today. One of the agenda items are here. It's greater than 1K. I've already listed a bunch of opportunities to save money. In fact, I've been circling department heads to get agreement from several items that can be eliminated. Great. But I've left the budget as is, just noting potential opportunities rather than strike things out so we can see our progress.
Could you give an idea of the magnitude of those potential
Yeah.
opportunities?
Yeah, I've got a
that
worksheet that I'm going to share with you guys today about that. Okay, so that's just a status of where we're at. Any questions on that, or I'll go back to our agenda, see where.
Well, when will we see the justification for the 1 million? Because until we get past that point, we should be working off of 800,000 rather than $1 million over budget until we agree that we want to bump it up to $1 million over budget. Do we not? Because that's going to change every number that we deal with moving forward until we've come to the understanding that we agree on $1 million over budget is an estimate we can use.
Bring that topic.
Yeah, I mean,
Forward right
we
now?
can bring it forward and, the commission decides that it would rather stick with 800, that's, we are custodians of your will.
So pull up that document.
So yeah, there's just a short narrative at the top explaining what this is.
You haven't shared the screen.
I'll just describe it as he's pulling this up. So this analysis that you're about to see serves to justify the approval of a budget with schedules to draw from the fund balance in order to achieve balance. And this analysis only includes salary and benefit figures for the listed departments budgeted within the general fund, because that's mainly what we're talking about as far as balancing. And does not account for other approved expenses, so other department operations and maintenance costs that we budget for, and sometimes get overspent and oftentimes get underspent as well. So there's other areas of underspend that potentially factor into this picture, but the easiest, I feel that just by only looking at salary and benefits across general fund departments, we're able to create we're able to see the space that's needed. And also this analysis doesn't include any new positions, which could be approved in the 2025 opening budget. And that often results in underspend from the opening approved budget because oftentimes positions are approved and it takes quite some time to fill them. But ultimately, the main cause of this sort of chronic underspend is the fact that people leave and it takes some time to fill positions. So it's basically natural understaffing that comes with an organization of the size of Grand County. And so there's a projected so there's the first sort of table shows salary and benefits that actually occurred, expenses that actually occurred from 2019 to 2024. 24 being a projection from our day, like the actuals that we incurred this year after this last pay period so this is very up to date after this last pay period that we just passed and 3 more pay periods to come. And then what we have, and then the table below shows what the opening budget was approved. And so there's a differential there that's ranged a little bit from 95%, 86%, 92%, 89%, and 96%, and then again 92%. So one way to sort of create a composite, what is the average there? There's a raw average of 91.6, and then you can always look at the median and mode too. I don't know if it's necessarily with the small sample size, if it's necessarily appropriate, but it does kind of all paint a similar picture. And then what we have here is the general fund opening, but the same figures for salary and benefits. This does not include any of the new positions being considered. So 14,942,808 is the currently entered opening, but salary and benefits that's currently entered in the budget. And so if you look at the percentage of that amount, and if you all saw that 92% was an agreeable guess as to what the underspend would be, that 8% of 14.9 million is 1,195,425. And so budgeting for $1 million underspend would actually clock in a little over 93% as the analysis. So it's not going all the way to 92 to go by $1 million. And so that's the justification here. It's just a look at the numbers as they are.
And that 92 was an average of the previous, was it 5 years?
From 2019 to 2024, yeah, 6 years. 6 years, including the current projected year.
Could you say again, you said that, so this is only salary and benefits. If we were to look at, other types of spending, does that typically come in budget or under budget?
Didn't really get into that. Didn't really look into that. That could be another project. Or you just get overall budget in general.
Just in your estimation, you look at the overall budget, do you think that number would then increase in the amount of underspend that we have, or would you estimate that it would bring it back closer to the 800,000?
I don't know if I could even venture to guess. I tend to think it's more or less a wash out of hand, that there's some underspend and there's some overspend as far as maintenance and operation goes. As someone who was preparing for the end of year amendment this year and went through an end of year amendment last year, I would say that department heads are pretty responsible with their budgets, and I think I came away surprised going through the cycle last year at how little I was having to amend everything up because there were so many lines that were overspent. But if I had to guess, I would say it's more or less a wash in that respect.
Well, I can definitely see your justification based off of the salary here, but without having the full picture, I'm just a little bit curious about it, and I want to be careful as we expand our budget here that we can justifiably do so.
No, I was just gonna, to your point, I think that any time that we have had overspends, it's been from like unforeseen things, so roof repairs or something that wasn't necessarily budgeted for. I haven't seen that come through budgeted items, and this is just anecdotally me remembering things. And I think that when we've had those come up, we've always had the kind of rainy day reserves, it's kind of a game day decision when it's like, hey, we weren't expecting this, we didn't budget it, it came up. And those overspends have been covered through savings essentially. So looking at this, I like looking at it by percentages rather than dollar amounts. And I think especially if there are new positions that would take time to fill, I'm comfortable with the $1 million figure.
Yeah, I was gonna, I agree with Bill in the sense that it would be better if we could also look at the full budget, and if that's not too hard to do. And I understand that, that you expect that doing the full budget number wouldn't make a big change, but if we can, nail that down a little bit better, that would be great. But I think this is really useful to see, and I think your $1 million estimate for this part of, this large part of the budget, makes sense to me.
Right, and it should be noted that, 14.9 million, that represents at least 75% of the overall budget. So I guess that is another reason why we look at this segment alone, because it is such a massive chunk of our budget, right?
Yeah, I think I'm comfortable with the 1 million.
Ryan?
Is this, the numbers you just presented, is that all general fund, or is that including like road department salaries?
Doesn't include road department, it's strictly general fund. Okay, great. So I guess moving forward, I would suggest we'll keep 1 million entered, but if I'll do some follow-up analysis, and if that analysis illuminates trends that would tick this in the other direction, that that would kind of contradict the idea that it's just a wash, and I would say that would, or we see more overspend actually, it can be revisited for consideration.
I think you can move on.
Okay, next up, TRT, TCAP, Dave, I'll open this and share this.
Yes, so the prioritized list of expenditures was reviewed and prepared and approved last week by the Tribal Council Advisory Board, and this did get into the packet with sufficient time for y'all to review over the weekend. I don't know if it needs to be recited necessarily, but there is a statutory requirement for the Tourism Tax Advisory Board, and that's in 1731(8). Part 4, to advise the county legislative body on best use of revenues collected from the tax by providing the legislative body with a priority listing for proposed expenditures based on projected available tax revenues supplied to the board by the body on an annual basis. So I supplied the chair with our current revenue projections, and they supplied this. They prepared this document. So I don't know if there's.
So in the mitigation, it would look like there was the ask from EMS was about 350,000. That wasn't something that was allocated last year. Does that kind of pull right out of the sheriff's budget then?
No.
Yeah, it would replace otherwise a general fund offset.
I mean, I was gonna make a similar, it's a little bit misleading to say that we're, TRT is paying
Right.
for EMS. I mean, it's gonna impact the general fund.
Yeah, that's what I was
The same way, it's any other use spending does. So, maybe it's a good idea, but I just think we should think of it as any other general fund expenditure. Same with their-
because we'd make up that shortfall with the sheriff from the general fund, correct?
Right, yeah,
Yeah,
but quickly sending it to EMS means the sheriff gets 350 less,
Yeah.
So.
And remind me, under the section A of section 2 or whatever, 1/5 of almost 3 million there. Where's that 1/5 coming from? Is that in code, or is that
That's in code.
It is, yeah. for the recreation, film and convention, right?
If 1/5 of 37%.
But I mean, that's the maximum allowable. Or the
Up to
minimum
up to
required.
37%.
It's a maximum allowed.
Okay.
Similarly, mitigation is a maximum. So if we wanted to spend 100% of TRT on promotion, we could do that. Change the numbers in that direction.
I remembered on the mitigation, they discussed to the solid waste, and I don't see that on that list. Is that a? Because when the meeting, I remembered they were gonna keep the solid waste TRT expenditure the same as it was.
That is entered in the current tentative budget.
Okay,
but
so
not proposed in this.
Although-
proposed list of expenditures.
yeah, but I'll have talk to Brian, but I remembered in the meeting, in the discussion, I thought that that was part of it. But it didn't make it into the letter. Do you have anything, Ben? Do you remember that too? Did you listen to the meeting?
Leave on EMS specifically one time for the ambulance purchase.
But that was gonna come out of the savings.
So
The ambulance purchase was going to come out of the money that they had in surplus. It's my memory.
And who had in surplus?
We had TRT money that hasn't been spent.
Okay. And that, and last year was it I think it was it 400,000 that we gave solid waste, and that was basically from mitigation, is that correct? What was their ask this year?
Same.
It was the same for
Solid waste?
solid waste, yeah, 450, okay.
I just, yeah.
sorry, I got lost.
It was
there.
I must say, it was a very, I thought the tribal council had a very robust and very thoughtful process when they went through this, more than I'd seen in years past. It was really a good discussion.
Repeat, Mary, did they discuss solid waste?
Mhm.
And
So I don't know why it's not on there, but if you go back and listen to the
Yeah.
meeting, they wanted to put something about water, and I said, well, nobody's from any water district or anybody's ever requested, so that wouldn't, we have no place to put it, so they dropped that. But they said, yeah, they would put so I don't, maybe when Brian somehow missed that, but it was part of the discussion.
I didn't do a in-depth one-to-one analysis with how this, this recommendation compares or contrasts with our currently entered tentative budget. I would say we've just identified one area where there is a difference.
Okay.
I think in the TRCC, that's part 3 of this letter, that's pretty significantly different in the sense that TRCC we currently allocates to the airport and to OSTA. It's pretty significant general fund offsets, and this recommendation actually, kind of goes in an entirely different direction. So I think that's worth pointing out.
Should we go down to that section and look at it?
Before we leave that section, I just wanted to point out in the discussion about where the mitigation money goes. Again, as long as it's going to places that we would otherwise be spending general fund money, then it kind of doesn't really matter.
Right.
So if we were sending, if we want to send 450 to solid waste, we'll either do that from the general fund or mitigation. It's kind of a wash, which way we do it. So it doesn't make sense to
worry about it.
again, because the mitigation money is essentially general fund money. But I think in this, maybe it'll come up, the other funds, if we're shifting it out of, spending it for things that we wouldn't otherwise be using general fund money for, that's like a new expense.
Okay.
Just to back up for a second, the point of this letter and the workshop today is to try to steer some of the current entries in the tentative budget, or just to kind of acknowledge and see the input from the board.
Yeah, I think rather than present it in the regular meeting, we'll present it for y'all's review now at the same time where we're gonna be discussing some bigger picture ideas and maybe get some input of you know, how all would like to see TRT revenues expended in 2025. It seemed appropriate to pair.
One of the big discussions that happened at the meeting was that, you know, because they have quite a big fund balance in the promotional side, was that to use part of that for the ambulance, to help pay for the ambulance.
From the promotional side, how is that,
I don't know.
how does that fall under?
I don't know, because I thought that was kind of, I didn't understand it when, I didn't think we could do that, was my thought, but then that they
I don't-
take promotional money to pay for the ambulance.
I don't think
we
that's,
can.
let it reflect.
I didn't think so good, but I didn't wanna, you know, I thought, okay, that would be another audit.
Or did you have some differences that you wanted to, because I haven't, to your point of the TRCC, I haven't compared this to specifically what's in there.
Can we go down to the TRCC?
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to parse about the differences on the use of the recommendation for TRCC, because it's, you know, it's just kind of a reimagining of how Grant County would use TRCC. So I don't really have much else to say other than that. One other point I would make before moving on is that there is a suggested spend out of the reserve balance. And I think that that's a topic that we're going to touch on, but there's extra zero there at the end. That was funny. And that's a topic that we'll touch on here next in regards to the economic development budgets and you know, the potential for, you know, how the economic development department is prepared to potentially expend you know, an injection of funds from the balance on promotional uses. Could be an opportunity to you know, show some agreement or with the sentiment of this letter, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, if we find that next, to just active trails.
So if you're saying the direction that they're proposing with TRCC is quite a bit.
Yeah, in the sense that the recommended uses here, like, you know, this doesn't represent the historic uses that
Okay.
has used TRCC.
Okay,
I'm not saying it's wrong or bad.
right, I understand that. I'm just wondering for our reference, and I'm not trying to add more work, but if we maybe just had a quick understanding of where it currently goes, and then we're able to, you know, compare
It's
this.
almost all Osteen Airport.
Okay, almost all
almost
of those.
entirely.
Okay, thank you.
There's like some fireworks and
Okay,
it's relatively small. I think it's
Okay.
Wisconsin Fire.
okay.
So we're not doing anything for the Grand Center.
Yeah.
Even not 55%.
Not as proposed in the text.
Go ahead, Stephen.
And for the commissioner's information, I did attend the meeting and did indicate that that was a possible use. Ben Alter asked me to attend that meeting, and I indicated that that was consistent with what we had talked to the state auditor's office about. That same meeting where they made this
Funding
recommendation.
a fraction of the Grand Center, is that what you're referring to? Okay. But we're
So
just-
I did give them that information that that was an option, but they didn't choose to do that.
So then if we're not spending that on OSTA and the airport, then those budgets would have to be made up from the general fund also.
Correct.
So at this point, does that mean that the total overall overage is the same or different? If those funds are allocated in that manner for the TRT or TRCCA funds?
In the manner of the letter recommends, or, right, okay.
Yeah, that sort of analysis I didn't prepare. I think the bulk. I mean, depending on if the real intention of the allocation to EMS was meant to be out of fund balance. That's a question mark I would have there. But I think that difference in TRCC spend would be the main.
So it looks like it would add maybe $1 million to that gap in our budget. for TRCCA recommendation.
Could you say that again, Kevin? I couldn't.
Kevin said it looked like it might add $1 million if we follow the recommendation of the letter and we still continue to fund the airport in Osta the way we have, that it might add up to $1 million to
General fund?
the budget.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Is now the time to discuss the ambulance request, or is there later in the discussion?
Yeah, I think if you'd like to bring it up, sure, it's a great time.
So none of our present tentative budget numbers include the ambulance. So that's like a new expense.
No, we don't have that entered in the budget.
It is a one-time expense, which makes it always.
Well,
It's for 2 ambulances.
I understand, yes.
Is that,
I know that there are multiple ambulances coming. I don't know if this request is to cover one of those or both of them. And then obviously there's a lot of equipment that goes with, getting the ambulance up to speed. I would say that, in years past, this had, we haven't used TRT because of that, whatever goes out is gonna come from the general fund to cover. And EMS typically isn't covered from the general fund since they left, as a county department. But I would say that it might be, or I would say that it's worth kind of discussing, our commitment to supporting that. And, Andy had sent over the original business plan from when, we created the service district, and it did highlight using TRT funds. And so, I would be in support of using some sending some TRT funds to the EMS Special Service District, and whether that's on a case by case, one-time process, or if we just want to kind of have a placeholder as a percentage moving forward. I see pros and cons to both, but I know that we haven't done it for a long time, and I think that it would be worthwhile to support those services to some degree.
I want to support them too, but the thing that I understand why they didn't do it this year in some ways, but for the last 4 years, 3 or 4 years at least, every time the ambulance and the health, the care center, they come up, they talk about, how when they went for the bond the first time as a sales tax, they didn't do the full amount. And every year they say, well, this year we're going to go back to the voters and ask for the full amount. And then it doesn't happen. And that would be the people that are causing the stress on the EMS. The tourists would be the ones that would be primarily paying for it. And I guess that is kind of frustrating to me because every year they say, okay, we'll do it this year. And then every year we come to our budget and we're right back where we were the year before. So I like the idea of helping them out, but I think, we need to have the tourists that are causing our EMS to be so much busier than another community this size help pay for it. So that's just, I want to see that go to the voters. Cause they passed it very strongly the first time because it's not property tax. It's, the money's mostly going to come from the tourists.
And to clarify, that was an extra 0.5% on a sales tax, correct? Okay.
So, I guess, if we help them, I want them to get the message that they have been saying for years that they were going to do this, both districts have said, oh yeah, we need to do this. And we say, okay. And it's a hard thing to do. Nobody wants to go up, ask for a sales tax increase.
Yeah, I agree with what Mary said. It does seem like it's been quite a few years now that we keep telling them you can have a lot more money if we increase the sales tax, and they say, yeah, we agree, but let's worry about that in the future.
They say they'll do it that year. Last year, they said they would do it.
And I do think, we don't know exactly by how much, but I think it's widely believed that we compare funding something via sales tax, via funding it via property tax. The property tax falls more heavily on residents, the sales tax, the tourists would pay a larger fraction of that, which seems appropriate in this case. I think all that being said, I don't think, we have like a strict rule, we can never spend general fund money. But, which, spending TRT mitigation is essentially spending general fund money on the, on EMS, but it's kind of shaping up. To me, it looks like it's going to be a tight budget year. I think, that gap, I don't have the things are messy, but it seems like, we've got a bigger gap to close than we have the last couple of years. So my guess, unless you guys, there's something I haven't anticipated, we've got a lot of new position requests, and I'm guessing we're not going to go for very many of them. And I think a lot of optional things are going to be trimmed from the county budget in a lot of places. And in that context, I don't know that that plus the fact that we could, if we wait a year, we could maybe use sales tax money instead of property tax money to pay for that. Makes me.
Mike, looks like you had your hand up for a second.
Yeah, it was in relation to, if we give a shortfall to, if we don't apply this $350,338 via TRT collections on that point, would that shorts the sheriff's department $350K? I mean,
Right, which we have to make up from
51K,
general funds.
which we'd make up from the general fund.
Correct.
Anyway, on a tight budget. So are we flipping back and forth between just which fund we want to fund this with? Like, we are going to fund this?
I think we're trying to decide whether or
I was
not we're going to
suggesting
fund it.
we should fund it.
Right.
That's where I was.
Yeah.
I'm interested to hear what other people have to say.
It seems like it kind of doesn't matter what fund it comes out of. The bottom line is it's going to affect our general fund, basically.
Yeah, bottom line, it's gonna hit the general fund.
Correct.
Be it we give the money to the sheriff's department, or
Yes.
be it we give the money,
EMS.
Evan, I want to go back to you. I felt like we've had these asks maybe the last couple years and they were like 150. I can't remember, but I'm just wondering, like, this seems quite a bit above what they've asked in the past. And like you're saying, well, maybe it's one, maybe it's two. I mean, is there any way that this ask could be reined in a little bit? It might be slightly more palatable. but-
Stevens seems pretty convinced it's two.
Yeah,
I was at the
thank you,
meeting.
sorry.
They said it was two. They said that they had, and I'm looking to Mary because
Okay.
we're at the meeting, and Ben Frederick was also at the meeting.
Okay.
And so is, we've got some, so all together, hopefully we can recall what it was said. But essentially they said they needed two, and that it was because the two ambulances were aging and old, and they were seeking the replacement for both of them. So that's what the request was.
And I am not a subject matter expert on ambulances, but I'm gonna say the $350K for two ambulances is actually a good price, just from what my knowledge on them.
Did we fund them anything last year? I mean, have we been ongoing funding them something? Or is this just a one-time request that they're asking for this year?
I believe there was some grant stuff that we might have co-signed on, but there hasn't been just a TRT payment since they became a district.
Or general fund? I mean, it doesn't matter which
Yeah,
pot,
yeah.
clearly have we funded them, I guess. in
I know they've
advance.
certainly made requests similar to this in the
Yep.
past. But I can't remember off the
And
top
I
of my head
felt
what
like
we
they
actually.
were like 150.
And I thought that we'd seen a very similar request last year. I just don't know where.
I don't think it was that high. That's why I think it was like 150 is my memory, but that doesn't say a lot.
Yeah, I don't believe that we ever have since they became a district, and I think that that was more what I was bringing up rather than the individual dollar amount, and I would almost, dedicating 3% of the 67% annually or something like that, might just kind of be a thing where it's like, instead of giving 100% to the sheriff's office, is it time for us to start planning on giving them a portion? So,
Well, I'm hearing this from other entities also.
Did you just pull that 3% out of the air,
You're
Evan?
opening
I mean, I was kind of,
Yeah,
their
doors
ask is
here.
about what, 5% of mitigation funds?
Maybe a little more.
Ballpark,
Looks like,
maybe a little more.
Mitigation's roughly 5 million, so 3% would be 150, right?
Yeah, so I think rather than having them
7%.
come and ask every year, if there was just, when we formed the district and they no longer were a county department, part of their business plan included receiving TRT funds. And so it would just kind of be a way to say like, yes, let's finally bite the bullet and provide TRT funds to them. And
Just out of curiosity, what would another 0.5% on sales bring in? And I realized that would be split between the care center and EMS, but just does anyone have that offhand? I guess it would be pretty easy to figure out.
They told us last year.
For Chris back there, or how would we get that number?
Come on, Chris. That out.
Whip that number out.
I think honestly, I think it would be more than would currently, like,
Yeah.
I think, so there are some expanded uses of the healthcare sales tax, and I think there would have to be another entity brought in to justify the full use of that tax, because you don't levy a tax if you don't have a full plan
Yeah.
for it to use all the dollars. You don't say, oh, that's gonna,
Right.
we're gonna get real fat then,
Yeah.
I think they would be able to use it between the two entities. I mean, they're on a very, very tight budget, both the health district and the EMS. If they went up to the 1%, I don't think it would make them fat at all.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to suggest that that's where their head's at, and Andy has told me he recognizes those expanded uses and realizes that an entity like solid waste might have to be brought into the fold of that tax if that were to be pursued.
Would it?
Yeah,
So
so
I don't know if it
fully-
would.
Over the last 12 months, the hospital tax, which was split between the care district and EMS, is about 3.2 million.
So if we brought in so that would be a significant amount of money.
Yeah, we would double that.
Yeah, so, and why would we, we could talk about this later. To me, they started asking for the fund. I don't know why we'd have to bring in another entity. Maybe to sell it, but I think they had an easy sell before.
Okay. I could be
It was
mistaken.
surprising because I was really nervous because that was the year that the school district went for a property tax increase. And I'm going, boy, people oftentimes don't distinguish between property and sales. And I was really worried that one of them would fail, and they both passed very strong.
Yeah, I could be mistaken.
So, because I think, that I really want that to happen.
I do as well, and I think just for the point of discussion, maybe a straw poll if there's any interest in some TRT contribution to EMS.
And I think Stephen was working on potentially getting Andy online to answer a couple questions about exactly what the money's for, because it sounds like it's not for 2 ambulances.
Yeah,
So-
so I mean,
Go ahead, Stephen.
it's doesn't sound like there's a ton of support for it in this year's budget, and so that's why I was just kind of asking. Like,
Right,
if there
okay.
wasn't,
Right.
we could just move forward. So,
I'm just frustrated.
Well, let me, Stephen, go ahead and.
So I
speak to it.
called Elizabeth, I was just, she's the chair of their board, just to make sure. She said it wasn't for two, it's for one. She said it's 270 to buy the rig and then another 80 to outfit it. But then she indicated that now the ask, they had to finance the ambulance, but now the ask would be go to their budget. But I told her I didn't want to be too much of a too much of a messenger, and maybe if her or Andy Smith could come give more information, because I'm not connected to the EMS at all.
Well, if they're paying for the ambulance's own installment, and if sometime in the near future we have extra sales tax revenue, then I mean, that seems like a good solution. Cut off some of those.
Right.
Until that funding source.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Mike that it is shaping up to be a tight budget year, and that coming out of, you know, obviously, essentially coming out of the general fund is tough. I do appreciate ambulances, having taken a few rides in them myself over the years. So yeah, it's a tough decision. I you know, there might be some portion of that.
And-
350,000 is a
and
lot to swallow right now.
Yeah, and I would say that I think it would be opening a can of worms a little bit, because I've heard other boards kind of inkling, you know, mentioning that they should be receiving some portion of TRT also, so. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
Yeah, and again, but most, if they're going after, you know, the TRT promotion money, you know, then maybe that makes sense, but most of them, I think, are
Yes.
wanting to be funded through TRT mitigation,
Yes.
and it's just kind of a fiction that that's somehow free money that's different from general fund property tax money. It impacts it. We should treat it the same. So I think even if I did want to give EMS $350,000, I wouldn't do it through TRT because it's misleading. I think it should just come straight out of the general fund. We should continue to send this TRT to the sheriff's department.
Even through perception, it looks like a long ball. It looks like a 350 shot at general fund. It doesn't, I mean, yes, it can come from TRT, but it's just a $350,000 hit to the general fund.
Yeah.
I mean, however we should say this.
Right.
But it is a one-time expenditure, so even if we spent some of our, you know, surplus on it, I would be comfortable with that, because it's a one-time expenditure, and then just be really clear that, you know, we gotta get, you know, you can't talk about doing this every year and not get it on the ballot for,
You're saying call a spade, right?
yeah,
Right.
but
Or-
then but take it out of the surplus, I would be
Or maybe-
comfortable with that.
Maybe make I mean, I hate to like start haggling, but we make the down payment on the thing and then say, you know,
Sure.
yeah, the rest would be paid for if you apply this tax, it'll be paid for with that if you're doing on installments, I don't know, something like that.
In the interest of time, do you want to
Yeah.
move on from this, I think?
So is the straw poll kind of a
Take it out of I think take it out of surplus. That would be my vote, is to
Yeah, I'd be,
support them, but take it out of the surplus.
I
I
guess
do
my
want-
inclination would be, sounds like what's happening anyway, which is that they find, you know, they spread the impact over multiple years by financing. And then hopefully in the near future, we actually take the initiative to
Right.
the healthcare sales tax, and then that will take care of it.
Right.
I don't think it's really one time, because ambulances have to be paid for periodically. They don't last forever. And so you should amortize the cost over multiple years, which when you buy it on an installment plan, that's what's happening.
yeah, that makes sense.
So where did we land?
It looks like, it seems to me like the sentiment is to not fund this. Do you want to take a quick straw poll? Anyone?
I would be willing to fund a small portion of it.
Right. I'd kind of go
and get-
along with that, but again, a small portion. I know that we are going to be super tight. We have a lot of cuts to look at, and this adds considerably to the
Yeah.
bottom line.
Right,
Mike?
we're just. we're
I'd be
trying
looking to fund a small portion amortized over the life of an ambulance. Especially, but from general fund, not from TRT.
Right. I agree with you.
So one way to, I mean, we're gonna be either later today or at some future meeting, we're gonna be looking at a lot of expenses that we may or may not spend general fund money on. This could just be on that list.
Yeah.
And if we feel like that process,
Yeah.
gee, it's not as tight as we thought we were. then
Yep.
it might be-
I think it's a great suggestion. Yeah.
Good idea.
Yes, but I wouldn't want to commit this now when so much of the rest of the budget is,
We could look at it in
Have I
context.
told you guys how much I dislike this process?
It made the list.
It's really a gut-wrenching process.
Yeah, it is. All right,
Okay, move on to the next agenda. That's the.
Yeah, so we're gonna stay on the topic of TRT. I've added to the packet, it was this afternoon, detail, a pretty exhaustive detail regarding the active trails and transportation. We otherwise call it GCAT. Manny wasn't able to be here with us today. And so this is more in the interest of really trying to, lay bare every last, nitty gritty detail about the trails budget, because I think oftentimes there's curiosity about how it's funded, especially as it relates to TRT. And so I thought it would be important to include this in the packet for further digestion and maybe, if follow-up or clarification was wanted, but as part of this conversation about TRT, it does propose to use and down in the second to last page, that speaks to TRT in particular, and that breakout. That's 554,000 of TRT funds, 433 of those coming from that 1/5 of the 37%, which is 433,000. And then 121,000 coming out of the establish and promote side.
Trying to find that for your.
Second to last page.
Oh,
Page 7.
Way down.
it's page 7, okay.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, and so, the establish and promote, there's a portion of that is directed towards salary. There's a portion of that that's directed towards materials, and again, this is all broken down exhaustively. And I'll just read Maddie's budget narrative. 80% of the proposed 2025 GCAP budget for trail development, maintenance, and user services and education is funded by grants, agreements, and donations. The remaining 20% is funded by optional sales tax. And that's the tax that mainly funds the roads department and transient route tax. The proposed 2025 budget maintains 2024 levels of staffing and operations with the addition of new grant funded projects such as Mud Springs Phase 1 construction and the non-motorized trail master plan update, which have increased the professional and technical services line item. Notable changes include a decrease in responsible recreation program expenses because of the completion of one-time expense projects, which are co-managed with the Economic Development Department. The paid path maintenance line item has also decreased due to new funding from UDOT for the capital expense project of paved pathway extensions, but additional expenses for routine maintenance by the maintenance department staff in Athens, Illinois. The largest line item is 2.4 million Spanish Valley Drive pathway project, which is fully funded by UDOT and steered by the full expenditure of this line item is expected in 2025. That's exciting. One thing I did want to note about the statistics that Maddie provides here, about 80% of the proposed budget being paid for by grants, agreements, and donations, and the rate remaining by the sales tax and the transient tax. I think that statistic is skewed a little bit by the 2.4 million in the Spanish Valley Drive pathway. So I did a little bit of follow-up analysis and kind of removed that from this budget, because I think that just gives a better picture of how this department is funded instead. So it's closer to 50% in grants and agreements, and 18% by optional sales tax and 32% by TRT. So it's more, I think it's more accurate to say that this department is funded about 1/3 with TRT funds. And so that's significant. Enhances, I think, since that department's activities quite a bit.
Is that narrative in the packet
That narrative is in the packet, yep.
that you just read?
The one that I read, yeah, it should be on the very first page, actually. No, yeah, second page, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. I see it now.
Yep. And so, yeah, included in here is just the breakout and how all the staffing staffing proposals, so, just providing all of this detail above and beyond that the scrutiny that other departments get, I think mainly because there is oftentimes, further scrutiny here. So I don't know how much I can necessarily answer questions, but I could be happy to try if anyone has any.
Was there a head nod or anything you're looking for around this budget?
Not in this particular item. I think we have Ben here, and Vika as well. And I've invited them to come to just give a brief overview of, how their budget this year, might differ from the way it has been, or some highlights. Nothing asking that there aren't materials here to really go super in depth, but I think there was a question about the use of TRT promotion fund reserves to support promotional activity for 2025 that I think is kind of important to clarify with you all today. Is an outcome that I'm looking to achieve.
You could cut me off if I'm wrong or any of the statement that I'm about to make here. GCAT is active trails, non-motorized trails. Within this budget, our Trails to Tomorrow workshop and study said that non-motorized trails were roughly 9% of our revenue, our tourism revenue, and motorized trails, which is not part of GCAT, it's a separate, has a much less fund, and is roughly 30% of our revenue generation there. Why do we have two different departments with extremely different budgets? Why are they not one department there, but two? I mean, why are we going for the 30% egg instead of where we're shooting at so that might be too high level for this conversation, this budgeting conversation, but seems like motorized kind of left to the wind there, but yet it makes more money for us. I mean, more incomes. Yeah.
The road department pays for a lot of those roads. They're the ones that manage it. They don't have to be built by individuals and people and staff. That it is part of the roads department budget to take care of B&D roads.
I understand
And
the maintenance
so
side.
and that's main,
But we're talking about the promotional side of it, the TRT promotional side of that funds GCAT. Why are we not promotional funding on? I mean,
So I think that if you're talking about just, they do a lot of different things. A lot of it's, trail building. So Mary, you compared it to the roads department, but the part that's more like advertising and messaging, for example, trail ambassadors, we recently did start a motorized component to that. So that I don't know exactly what the breakdown is, but that's expanding. We got the grant by UTV, and so some of the money that's coming through GCAT is for focused on motorized recreation, especially the messaging part.
why are we have a separation of departments then? If it's trails, why are we not
The others department you're referring to?
I think
motorized?
I think you're talking about boards for
yeah.
motorized trails committee but I do think we're at a higher level. But I agree that we need to get past this, and I believe that, as Commissioner Walker mentioned earlier, we've got pretty flat revenue coming in next year, and then we need to be looking at how to get back to closer to, if we're going to use the 1 million over budget, when so far as we keep going here, we keep expanding that number. I haven't seen anywhere that we've said, cut that. We got to get back to 1 million. So I think getting into the new positions is gonna help with that. At least it is if we follow some of my recommendations and we start working down these lists and deciding what we have to cut until next year. And I discussed a little bit with you and Steve in the budget meeting about some of these requests on the list could be coming out of capital, correct? Which might help a little bit.
Right.
To be able to still fund some of those requests, but not directly as just one time out of the general fund. But if we're gonna choose to buy a new lawnmower or buy a new tractor, those can come out of the capital side in my mind. Now, I might be educated by you guys and proven wrong, but I think we need to get to the point that we're making some cuts here, because clearly the number keeps getting bigger, and depending on which one we use, we're somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 million over budget.
Right, and I should point out, we should get going to the next topic, but I just wanted to make sure that this was available for y'all's consumption. And
No, it's-
I think, the point that Mike had to make was, I think, interesting, and, that's what I'd like y'all to keep doing. Yeah.
Bills to tomorrow clearly opened our eyes to that reality.
But it is important to note that this budget in particular, I'll just remind everyone that there isn't a general fund impact of this particular department's budget. Not that it's not, shouldn't, carry the same level of scrutiny. It's not that we forget about it because it's not general fund. And it is 91% of the 24 ask. So I think I just want to point those things out.
So it's 10% less than we were funding them in 24.
Right.
Okay. I also wanted to say that Andy Smith from EMS is here. I think we had just a couple of questions we wanted to clarify about the ask from them. So I'd invite Andy and Jen forward if you guys want to. Thanks for coming at the last second.
Got your chairs.
So I think there was a question.
Microphone over.
There was just a question about the so roughly 350,000 that we weren't sure exactly what that was for at first, whether it was for an ambulance. I think Stephen tried to get some clarification from your board chair, and she gave him some different information. So where exactly is that 350,000 going into?
Yeah, so we ended up, that was the original request. We had to purchase 2 new ambulances this year to replace 2 of our older ambulances. One we ended up selling earlier this year. Because it just was too old to use. It was well over 20 years. So 2004. Actually had a good engine though. The old 7.6. Yeah, anyways, long story short, I loved it. But we had to sell it. And we have another one that's coming up we just took out of service because of maintenance issues. And so we had ordered to replace 2 ambulances because we knew the cycle. Right now, ambulances are being delivered. They used to be under a year. It's almost 2.5 years right now. And so we ordered them very early and then started looking for the funding, knowing we had to replace them. And so they ended up being done this year, and we ended up having to finance those. But the request for the fund was to actually pay for one of those ambulances. An ambulance is about $350,000. So our request is still to pay off those ambulances or pay for part of that. I think I sent you folks, I think I emailed it. I better have a budget. Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah,
I better have. But we're actually having this year, particularly, we're cutting half of our ambulance and half of an ambulance for part of the year to save enough money to be able to just float. So we're cutting a lot of things out of our budget this year because we are not seeing income. We're not seeing that side. And while we work on some legislative changes as well to help that, but the TRT money, it would go to make all the ambulance payments, which between the 2 is $700,000 in purchases. So it would go to make the ambulance payments that we've already financed and take care of the rest of the stuff that we have to purchase for those ambulances, monitors, cots, things like that.
Okay. So any questions for Andy and Jen while they're here? All right.
Thank you.
Hey, appreciate it. Thanks for coming down. Yeah. Good to get clarity on that.
We'll stay. This sounds fun.
It's super fun, Steve. Feel free.
If you did show up, I wouldn't.
Trying to rope people in.
You mind using your mic, Gabe, for those on the?
Let's get an overview. Steer me different so we were asked first time to give a budget that was high, it's a full spend, high promotion budget. So that was our Model A, which had a, extra million in ad placement spend. Then we were asked to come back with the Model B that cut quite a bit of that out. So immediately took that million of extra ad spend out. Then about last week, we got the revenue projection. So, I mean, just having been a CFO in 3 companies and controller, when you have a forecast and you can work off the percentage, we know what the number is. We have tactics underneath. We want to do a rebrand strategy. So I would just put forth that our office is prepared to work at, whatever the budget is. If it's a lean budget, we'll be creative and do it with, what's decided. We have strategy and, things we would bring forward. We are an easy plug if there's the desire to go higher and even decided later in the year. We have the advantage that we can just increase ad spend in different markets. So we can do that up to the last day of the year. So in an effort to, support TRT attraction. An example I'd use, and I think you've seen the reports, is with our work with Love. I think our return on ad spend through Adara, Expedia and stuff was about $4.50 per ad spend dollar. So that's a pretty good placement number. It was lower in the LA market. We specifically went to that market because that was possibly an influencer market into the Asian markets that you can't promote to directly. So that was a lower risk. It still had a $2.50 return on ad spend, but we could pivot away from that. I just got back from the BOT sales mission in France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Their forecasts are also tight and, don't necessarily support a huge travel spend, but that part of the market, that if we market directly to the travel trade and the receptives here, we have the opportunity to get that longer term trade coming. So that's kind of what we're focused on. So I mean, we're not really in a position where we say, oh, if we don't get this, we can't do it. We know we need data. We know we've got the co-op and we've got a agency of record to work with. So we can work a lot through that, and we're in shape to pivot if we need to. But we'll go with the budget given. And I think one thing that was helpful is in the first budget advisory board meeting, Commissioner Walker said, this isn't really the place to define your strategy, which we come in with a lot of detail to support where we could spend. So we have the support for it, but none of it is like prioritized in terms of we have to have this. I think it is a Pareto that 20% of our work does get 80% of our return. So that's how I would picture it from the big picture. And then on the film side, and I'll let Viga speak up, but she's done just what we asked a year ago. She's created a model where she's going to the marketplace. She's presenting the fact that there's a film incentive, which she worked hard with some of these commissioners to help get moved into this year. So what we've asked there, supported, and I think we're in a position to help with scouting and trying to attract film projects in a very competitive and leaner model, because that is not an industry that's recovering quickly from a strike here. So
Well said.
that would be my overview.
Great. And to provide a little context for maybe what we kind of want to get to as an outcome as part of this discussion. So I've got the tentative budget that right now open. And so right now in our tentative budget, there's the 975 for the rebrand that is included in the budget right now. And then just to sort of highlight another key line, there's a 1.3 million in paid media which isn't, that's what's currently entered, and that is, that is at least in the last couple of years, compared to 743,000 and 624,000 in the last 2 years. So the current entered is 1.3 for for that individual line that I'm kind of cherry picking, but it is a key line. And so you're saying that you would, from that 1.3, you would offer, you have a team now in place that could make good use of even another million in that line.
Well, we were asked in a TCAP, what would you do if you had another $1 million? So we were asked by the chairman, so we said, if we had another million, we'd be in position to place more ad placements. We'd know which markets we'd go. So it was pretty basic. I mean, that's an easy play. And that's the easy one to give back then too. The forecast is lean. That's the easy one to cut right out. We'll go with the model we've had, and then if things were to change or we were asked by the commission to spend more, do that probably in the ad placement phase.
This is
So-
kind of a, oh, sorry, you go ahead.
There's a question, I don't know if it's for Gabe or Steven, but, there's statutory limits on how big our fund balance can be for TRT. And I don't know, like our current balance, how it compares to the limit. Do either of you know?
I don't know.
I mean, it might be. It's something I think we should investigate. I don't think we wanna. Break a TRT rule.
Cause I know
So that-
Chris Baird used to talk about that.
Yeah.
One time we brought,
Right.
we spent some because we were getting close to the limit.
This is kind of a fluffy question, but rebrands, like what's kind of the industry standard for how often?
Well, we had, prior we had, do it like a local, now we're in this nature's masterpiece, but it's not an over encompassing brand, so the thought is, and we have a person in our office who's worked at very big branding levels, is to work with an agency that this stuff all starts tying together, whether it's Discover Moab, whether, and it's, the discussion's gone as far as, does the MIC have the same branding? Does the GCAT, does everything have a piece of that same brand? Whether it's a Discover Moab or whatever we decide to call it. We'll have one more day. But it's built around monetizing our visitor, showing that we have a lot more to do in this county than 2 national parks, that, we can present to these receptives and these travel trade planners in Europe that there's a great 5-day itinerary for this market, not a 2-day market, that you're just catching part of a loop travel.
Right.
Understanding that market, that right now we're getting a lot of the travel trade coming into the West Coast, usually starting in LA. And so they may not even make it to Moab on their first trip. They hit the 3 national parks they hit are Capitol Reef, Zion, and Bryce. So that we a lot of times have them on a second round. Well, we'd like to kind of nose in and be that first option. 5-day itinerary, not a 2-day itinerary.
Right. So I guess, what I was hoping to sort of get some sort of, take some sort of temperature on is whether this currently entered budget of 1.3 in paid media, and then also the 975 rebrand, or if, as has been offered, if there's a appetite to increase the promotion, the paid media line.
And that would be by up to $1 million, is that what you said, or?
It was the number we threw in just because that's what we were asked by.
Okay.
It's how scientific it was.
We didn't ask
Right.
the film department if they want $1 million. Yeah.
But, and I did, and the budget for the film I came in absolutely flat. And
Okay.
not a bit under, just in relation to that, which is a separate, it's TRT and
Right.
portion of what.
Yeah, that's the
Of what.
20% of the
recreation film
37%.
Right, it's
Got it.
5.
Yep.
Right.
Understood. Thanks, Mika.
We have TRT reserves, we have the money
Right.
for,
And that comes out straight out of promotion.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
I think it would But we're talking about pulling out of the reserves for the additional.
Pulling it,
Rebrand.
the reserves on straight up promotion, right? So are those reserves, so that's like part of the 80% of the 37%? Those reserves came out of
There
that?
was 2.8 million.
Okay. Got it.
So I think I might have the answer to my question. It's like the maximum reserve is 50% of total TRT, which would be 50% of 8 million or
So 4 million.
That's at 50% of the unallocated.
It says may not exceed 50% of the total transient room tax revenue for the current fiscal year.
So I think we had a balance update scheduled for this.
Our current fund balance is 2.9 million.
The letter says 2.8, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like one option is to not spend the fund balance now, but another option is spend, some fraction of that, but I was just wondering, we might have been in a situation where we really had
To, right? No, I understand that, Kevin. Yeah.
It sounds like we're not in that situation yet.
Mike?
A recommendation not to just calmly nose in and be one of those main three parks that they come see, but to plant that foot well and hard. I would like to see the use of
2.56. Okay, great. Thank you, Stephen. Steve. You're good. I'm willing to increase the ad spend a little bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna throw a number out there, but I think it's.
Like I said too, we were asked to be here, but we're.
So currently ad spend
No.
is 1.3, is that what you said? And then there's also almost $1 million allocated for rebrand, right? So the rebrand does that go to consultants or what?
Probably a branding agency.
A branding agency, okay.
Either our agency of record or some others we've looked at.
And then they come in and kind of look at our situation and look what we've done in the past and
Rebrand.
do that, right?
I know the Tribal Council Board would like to see the expenditures in promotion at least as high as 2019. Are we there?
If you add those numbers together, we probably are, but
I think it was.
2 million,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
But that was pretty, pretty strong statement. It said they felt that would help them get back, so we get more TRT money.
so we're saying 1.3. I'm sorry, say those two numbers again, 1.3 and 900.
50, I think.
Right,
Just
I don't know
950.
how much you wanted to play a rebrand effort with, paid
Gotcha,
media promotion.
gotcha,
I don't know
okay,
if that's.
Okay, gotcha. Let's separate those.
So those two proposals add up to around 2 million. Then?
Yeah, 2.2, like.
So that would almost wipe out the.
Let's say a rebrand is the same as a promotion.
Right.
I don't know how to argue that.
Right.
Mike,
The way we came up with the 775,000. So we got quotes from many different agencies. We took the weighted average, what we thought was realistic. So there's a range there, so tried to do it in a way that was risk mitigating, but somewhat conservative. But
Mike, you had your
I
finger up?
really like throughout the year. You do a good job, as I've seen. But I'd like throughout the year continued updates on ROI. That I mean, knowing that we spend $1, get 4.5 back, that's a big deal. Even though we spend $1, we get 2.5 back. That's still a big deal. So I'd like continued
so
updates.
we have that every month through
Yep.
those, so that's.
Bill?
Yeah, I struggle with the $750,000 to rebrand Moab. I struggle with that for sure. I'm wondering what we need to rebrand Moab for.
So the rebrand strategy would not be just for a year. So that's usually, how long has Nature's Masterpiece been in place or help.
Almost.
like local.
2.5, I think.
So,
Nature's
yeah, it's spread out over a period of time. It's just, the idea is, you know, getting a new rebrand that's more all encompassing that ties to a bigger strategy. There's a lot of tactics. The nature's masterpiece, you know, where are we seeing it? We're in a very competitive DMO model now, so you have visit Wyoming, visit South Dakota. These different DMOs are very strategic in their branding. You've got Asheville or not Asheville, but
Bentonville.
Arkansas, who's claiming to be the home of mountain biking.
Bentonville, I was just there.
Yeah, Bentonville. They've invented
yep.
themselves as the home of mountain biking, so. You know, we've got to decide what, we don't have to, but that is the proposal, is to do a creative rebrand that gives us a new push.
I was talking to Mick about this, if I can jump in, just to, even in the European market in relation to film and otherwise, it's the idea of taking a new, let's call it a logo, and having that logo fit a through line throughout different entities within the government that is happening. And it seems to be working in Stockholm, whatever their new, you know, visit Stockholm thing is, the city of Stockholm, as well as the county, as well as the territories, as well as some of these other entities all have, you know, not this logo, but whatever that is, and it's finding a through line, which it does.
I think
Yeah, it's a rebranding thing, because there isn't a through line throughout this.
it changes the look, and people who've been here a couple times are like, oh, I'm done with Moab, you know, they might see this new thing come in, and all of a sudden it'll be interesting to them again. I mean, when I was running a business, we changed our look 3 or 4 times. I changed my logo a couple times, and you saw results. I mean, it just keeps it fresh, and it keeps it relevant, and
Yeah, and
times change, and the way people look at things change, and
yeah, without workshopping it here too. One thing is
Right, yeah.
we're very much positioned with Utah Office of Tourism in their brand, but we are not, we are a subset rural community for off seasons of skiing and such. We want to be able to get, you know, into that mix where we're not just defined by that. But while we're tied into the Utah Office of Tourism, the state, very aggressive branding. We also have our own that pulls to Moab specifically. So that's through Grand Circle, all these different organizations that have loops that aren't necessarily started on the West Coast or on the bigger travel model, that we're finding our own feeder.
I understand the need to rebrand. All of it in 1 year seems like an awful lot of money, but I guess where is your board at on this? Are
They supported in the letter.
Yeah.
I just want to throw out another idea. You know, if we are looking to spend additional money and reduce the reserve balance, you know, in the past, we've occasionally done studies, you know, we all have assumptions about what the typical web tourist is like, but it's nice to back that up with data. We had that I think we called it the segmentation study a few years ago. And right when that finished, I think the discussion was there was a lot of, you know, it answered some questions, but it raised a lot of new questions. And the feeling was we should do something like that again, which I think for various reasons hasn't happened. So I just think a lot of the decisions we make are based on, you know, what sort of person, you know, might come to Moab or is coming to Moab. And I think, you know, I don't know that that's, you know, that this isn't a replacement for the other things being discussed. I think it's a relatively small ticket item, but I find that kind of harder, you know, more objective information useful.
So we baked that in the professional services. We said either, we have a couple things we can leverage off of. We have the state is very tied in with tourism economics, so we can get the county level data there. But we put in a line item because I thought the same thing. We need some kind of impact study, because it is one thing when Trail to Tomorrow gives a idea of a revenue, but we need to know what it is. And so we got a very good visitation study out of RRC through the Trail to Tomorrow. That's the Boulder company that did a lot of the survey data, visitation study. So the idea was that maybe we would come back with them. They were a very big part of the USU base camp, which was all gateway cities or gateway communities that are dealing with tourism visitation models. Just anecdotally, for instance, Jackson Hole, they're finding through that kind of a study that most people are staying 2 hours away and day tripping into the two parks, Yellowstone and Teton, because of the high room rate. Well, one of the things we have is we have a huge inventory of hotel rooms. We're being told by a lot of different markets that that's a huge advantage. Use that as an advantage to sell to these markets. A lot of these trade brokers are looking at getting longer contracts where there's like a third day of incentive pricing by the hotel model. So we need to communicate that to our stakeholders here. But I totally agree that we need metrics on the back that are a little more scientific, either if it's through a Longwood Partners or a tourism economics.
All right, I think we still have a ton of stuff to go over, and nominally we only have half an hour left, although we can definitely
talk to you.
We can definitely go over, but I propose, I think keeping the budget as it is, but adding, I'd be happy to add up to maybe even $500,000 in the promotion personally.
Would that put it close to the 2019?
It would put it at what, 1.8, is that right? 0.75, something like that. And that's not including the rebrand money.
Right, that's my current interpretation.
Okay. Mike?
Before straw poll, I need one question answered there. I am all for the rebranding of Moab and adding an extra 775K. That is not directed at purely studies. That is directed at actually applying some of this. Okay. Because I worry that we dedicated $1 million to studies of what to do.
Okay. Supportive of what I proposed, straw poll? Or anyone else want to make a comment before we do that?
I'll just. Another half and then the rebrand.
I didn't understand what your proposal was because there's two different budgets on. Like there was a original high spending budget, and then there's also a stay the course budget, and you were proposing relative to one of those two.
I think it's in relation to Roman numeral 4, the last paragraph of the 3-page there, where they're asking for additional 1.2 million. Am I correct?
1.24.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, that's right.
Saying that an additional 500,000 should.
That'd be.
We're straw polling currently.
Just to move the conversation.
Way at the bottom, right above Brian's signature. Right there.
So again, I don't want to represent what they advised. That was their advice.
Yeah.
So then what? So we're about to draw a
It's like a middle ground. It's like option C.
Right.
It's in between option A.
Exactly. It's a middle. Yeah, it's.
middle ground between A and B were the two budget things, or the thing in the letter from TCAP?
A is what's entered in the tentative right now. And A is more like what you see, and it's pretty similar to what's okay, is. And then C is kind of injecting this extra. This is the status quo tentative, injecting this extra bit of cash.
Okay, but on top of a budget that already greatly, something that's already a very big budget income.
From the status quo. Oh.
I'm even a little bit confused. I'd like.
No, I thank you.
High budget presently in our tentative.
You have me confused too. So what I
We're gonna cut it back. Now we got this TCAP thing, so I'm gonna take a personal assignment to show an option A, option B, one that represents a higher quote and one that's consistent with TCAP, and then there's one of the status quo.
maybe you guys.
That sounds great.
Option
Well,
A, if I had $1 million.
Offline survey
Option
with,
B.
with them.
That'd be great.
Or the way
That'd
I
be
would, or the
wonderful.
way I would understand it too is if we were asked to come in flat, we came in flat, and what you want to do above that, and we will make it work. However you do it.
Okay, you'll send out a survey.
I'll send out something.
Perfect, thank you.
Something that.
Yep,
is clear.
that's awesome. Thank you.
Whether it's a mix, yes.
Yeah.
I would just, while you guys are here, I had some, very high level kind of comments. I know that in years past, we, even entered into contracts with some local media producers, and I don't think those have been executed. And I think that, you know, when we're looking at budgeting for, creative video assets and things like that, that, you know, as much as we can spend these monies locally, the better. And I would say that, you know, if we can show that, I would be much more in favor of spending more in promotion if it's kind of stay, you know, buy local, shop local, do it like a local, like as much as these dollars that can stay here, the more I'd be in favor of. And I did like the improvements to Star Hall, some of that stuff that was highlighted in the Path to Tomorrow, kind of diversifying some of the kind of things that were, so it's not just the adventure crowd, but the arts crowd, and seeing those things, I know that that's starting to dial into the fine grain sort of stuff, but just while you're here, I like seeing that stuff, so. That's all.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Ben and Beacon.
Thanks, guys.
Well, we just have 20 minutes, right?
No, we can,
Work one time.
we have time tomorrow. I think if we should, yes, exactly. No, I totally agree. If we're gonna go over,
I'm ready to.
Now to the point of
Yeah.
actually looking at lists of things to. be
let's do it.
denied.
Yeah, and we can definitely spill over.
Okay.
We don't have.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think next up is Tess, or is that, yeah, Tess on new positions, COLA, reclasses,
Yeah, good.
and of course, I think we said so we're gonna present these things. But to go back into our context. Current budget's $468,900. Let's just say $500,000 already over budget. We already have these new additions. This doesn't count the 350 we just talked about. I got to put in. Right? So.
We're going in the
You know,
wrong
so we
direction. if
really
we
just
do.
added to this. So now we're talking, and I'm gonna keep track of all this stuff. But so now, I'll let you present all. Now we're just talking about COLA, 288. 607,000 for new positions, 60,000 for job reclasses. And then Chris is actually here as part two of this conversation, the elected official salary. It was anywhere from 16 to 7. So anyway, so the rest of today will be kind of position. We go open up your presentation. or
Yes,
do you
that's
have-
great. No, if you wouldn't mind just opening up what I sent to you. And I can go ahead and start while we're waiting for that presentation to pull up. So what we did after last conversation was I went ahead and sent some additional context information scenarios to everybody via email based on some of the recommendations and questions that we had, such as combining positions, upgrading position from part-time to full-time, et cetera. And then we went ahead and sent out a survey. I haven't gotten all of the commissioners' responses yet, so I'll provide a caveat that particularly when we have such a small sample size, one or two individuals' rankings can drastically impact the overall rankings of these positions.
How many people, how many commissioners have responded?
4 out of 7. 4 out of 7.
I thought I responded, and then she told me today that I hadn't, so I did quickly respond, but my guess is it's
I
not.
think I missed.
So my bad.
Yeah,
I
so-
thought I pushed submit.
I was able to get your
Oh,
responses and Trish. Yep.
Thank
So we have 4 out of the 7 thus far. Thank you so much, Susan.
Come on, people.
Alrighty. So we'll go ahead and review, and again, thus far, the data that we have here is based on those responses that we've received up until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So for the COLA adjustment proposal, we did have all 4 responses say, yes, I would like to approve the proposed 2.5% COLA, which was again based off the Social Security Administration recommendation that we typically do follow when we approve COLA. And do we have any questions or feedback on that?
I was one of those that did not respond. I wasn't particularly impressed with the whole thing to begin with, and that's why I didn't. I'd much rather work that out here amongst us.
Sure.
But that's my reasoning, but I do support this COLA just as we scroll through here.
Okay, great. And I think that would be a great point actually to begin with. So thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Winfield. I would love if we either want to essentially just go over the data that I have been able to collect thus far, or does it more so, do you all want it to be an open-ended discuss as we go?
I would like to see what people turn in.
Well, could we, I mean, we could just do a quick like straw poll on this and just be making decisions as we move along, or do we want to?
I think that you're probably gonna get 7 out of 7 to.
Yeah, so should we just
agree
take a
with this
straw
COLA,
poll on this?
And then we move on to
Yeah.
some of the bigger items that we've really got to
Yeah.
get serious about.
Sure.
Are you
Everyone,
good with that?
everyone like COLA?
I'm in favor.
Okay, we're good.
All right, thank you all.
Next.
So now comes the less simple conversation. So we'll go ahead and go through first new positions and then reclassifications. So for new positions, I broke them out between low, middle, and high tier. I also did include just an overall ranking, so not just classifying them based on new position versus a reclass of a current position, but also just overall in the grand scheme of changes to our positions, how did these rank? So for new positions, our lower ranking positions were Airport Operations Manager and Deputy Emergency Manager. They both ranked low in regards to new positions, but also overall requests.
Should we go through and see, does anyone feel differently? Mike?
I did not turn mine in.
Okay.
But they rank low on mine.
Okay.
So I don't think I turned mine in either. If I did, I forgot it.
Yeah.
So, okay, so.
So,
Mike-
I mean, I guess the comment is like, do we all agree with this, or do we want to debate this?
Well, I think the decision we have to make at the end of the day is that how many, if any, of these new positions we want to fund. So the idea of ranking them is, you know, we just have them in order and say, okay, if we could fund nothing, or if we're gonna spend $100,000, we can get this position. And because there's like, you know, tens of thousands of different combinations that we're gonna fund some and not others. We want to have that discussion. So it does, to me, it doesn't make sense to just get a thumbs up or down on this. Just want to look at the whole ranking list, and then if someone has, especially one of us who did help the survey, feels strongly.
Well, I'd like to encourage the commission, recommend that we look at exactly what's essential for next year. We know that we've got to give some help in the assessor's office. We know that we need to do some upgrades, whether it's in a position or a budget for the recorder's office. We know that the engineer and planning and zoning are wrapped around flood mitigation. And those 4 areas, I think, qualify as areas for new positions that are important to not skip. A lot of the rest of this stuff is fluff, and I personally would like to see it just cut out at this point. That the budget doesn't cover some of this stuff in here, and so to look at essentially what we need to move forward with a flat budget over last year, it really has to come to a pretty high standard to be able to justify new positions.
You mentioned the assessors and the recorder's office. I don't believe either one of them put in for a position.
Debbie's asking for part-time help. I don't know where that ended up.
Where did she ask for part-time help?
She never
early
responded
on
to any of
request,
my
we have
requests.
something in there.
Yeah, so she never responded. And I think they're looking at restructuring their office.
Yeah, I don't,
Well, so there's two more that we can pull off.
You're like,
I
that.
don't think there's anything on there to begin with.
There we go. But look at the positions that are essential to move forward and flooding mitigation in this county. We all know has been a high priority here, and I don't understand, because I know Debbie was here and I heard her ask for help in her office to get the handle on this, and that affects every citizen in the county that owns property. Now, not every citizen owns property, but we've had nothing but backlash over the situation in the assessor's office. So I'm not sure why it didn't make this list, but I'm still advocating that that's an important position.
I'd like to move on to see what, because to review all the requests that have been happened. So I would like to see where the 4 people who turned it in, where that stands, and then we can get feedback from everybody else. But I'd like to move on from this one to the next.
And just some clarification, the tiers are based on. What are the tiers?
Great question. So the way that I did the tiers, and again, this is one of those, we can restructure it based on the needs of the commission. Essentially what I did was I split them by looking at overall the number of positions and divided them up as equally as equitably as possible based on the numerical value that was.
So it's nothing to do with cost or anything like that.
No, that just based on response of, you know, which positions ranked the lowest based on those 4 results.
So can we look at the positions that rank the highest and maybe align?
Absolutely.
Just said.
For new positions, the highest here were the fuels reduction coordinator, invasive species technician, and port security deputy. Probably not happenstance. Those are all of our grant funded positions, which have the lowest impact on the general fund.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that
those
was
grant funded.
grant funded.
That's
Grant
it.
funded one time, grant funded
5 years.
ongoing.
For fuels reduction coordinator and invasive species technician, they'll be funded each year for 5 years. For the court security deputy position, it will be funded for 1 year, and at that time, we will have to determine whether we will absorb that cost, which the assumption is that we will. And that would be the way that I believe that I projected that to be at about $117,000 total cost of employee, with the assumption that an employee with more tenure, which would be at a higher step, possibly the highest step, would be applying for this position.
Is it, can we just make it known that it's grant funded? I mean, the reality is a lot of my jobs have been grant funded, and I stepped into them knowing that I might not have a job the next year.
That's exactly.
And so I think it's fair within that, you know, within the hiring of that individual to make it known that it's grant funded and possibly will be a continued part of the budget, but
Maybe not.
That's,
Maybe
I'm
not.
like, if you hired a grant funded fuels reduction coordinator, they need to know in 5 years their job may come.
Yes, and I think that is one, appropriate, and 2, I certainly see that as a separate consideration with the technician and coordinator position versus the court security deputy position. 5 years versus 1 year of guaranteed employment is a very different conversation, and I would also want to defer to Sheriff Wiggins and Jail Commander Hackwell. You know, if we're in a position where we're not comfortable guaranteeing that we could absorb that position, that would certainly, I would want to see whether that is a possibility that they still feel comfortable, you know, pursuing this grant funding.
Right. Stephen.
So I'll let you know, the second you guys hire that position, I'm gonna start relying on it. The court's gonna start relying on it. They're gonna act as a bailiff, drug court tracker, security for the court system, for jury trials, for everything. So I think once that position's in, it's going to be, you guys can cancel it, but I really do think this is one that once you guys go down that road, you're going to add on more tracking. It's also our pretrial bail release tracker. So that's a position that I think on paper you can say, sure, we can undo it, but
Reality.
it's really hard to undo it.
Great.
Yes, where was the grant? What type of grant was it? Was it a state grant? Where did it come from?
My understanding is it's state grant funding.
Now, is there any possibility of maybe lobbying to have that continue?
That's an excellent question. What I'll say is, I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure whether or not you were able to reapply after 1 year, or if it is just a one-time grant fund. I'm certainly happy to.
But I
get that
mean,
additional
there's, you
Is
know,
this-
there's always a possibility if they granted, you know, they gave a grant this year. And mostly the rural counties said, you know, this is really important to us, but we can't afford it. Could we please, you know, there's always a possibility. So I think it's worth.
This goes in with the CJCC, looking at continued funding for pre-travel services. So I know that legislature is already being looked at. There's no outcome yet. Yeah, so.
Next.
Thank you all.
We need to straw poll and move on.
Is everyone okay with these three positions?
Okay, thank you.
Great. Do we want to go ahead and just look at the highest ranking for reclassifications, or what would be the?
Let's
process?
look at the rest of the new positions,
All
yeah.
right, great. Middle tier includes systems administrator out of our IT department, engineering technician, which I did send the data for what that would look like to switch it from a part-time to a full-time position. So for the engineering technician position, it went from approximately $26,000 of an ask to $102,000 approximately if we were to switch this to a full-time position.
And we're doing that because Dan changed his mind and thinks a full-time position would be more appropriate.
The commission, at least some of the commission, provided very positive feedback about the request and actually asked why they didn't request a full-time position based on the sheer need that's, you know, both demonstrated in their discussion as well as the discussion amongst the commissioners and advocacy amongst the commissioners. So.
And also, didn't we talk about how difficult it might be to find like a very
A
part-time
part-time
engineer in
correct.
Mo?
Yes, so
I guess, but we asked that, but then Dan said, yeah, he thought it wouldn't be a problem because there are.
Kind of hemmed and hawed a little
He
bit.
knows of specific people who might be interested.
I would even say that I was a outlier in that. I think this is the very first year that we've had a county engineer, or at least in recent history. And we've always farmed that out as contract work before. So just looking at, you know, this graph, I would put the IT above the engineering position. I know every year that department comes with requests and gets turned down, and they kind of massage it to have like a new position come up next year. And I don't think that the IT request is coming out of the blue, whereas the engineering position is kind of a first time thing that we've seen. So I would prioritize the IT over an engineering tech or the maintenance tech.
But I guess I'm gonna echo Bill here, I think. And you know, budget people, you know, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like, you know, the goals we've set ourselves are gonna be pretty hard to reach unless, you know, there's this cuts that in this other list that add up to where I think it does. And so I think Bill said, you know, we shouldn't be funding these non-grant funded positions unless they feel really it's, you know, especially important. I'm not sure any of well, I guess the engineering technician is related to flooding and maybe the others. It seemed like a lower priority, something we could do without if we had.
I think the IT system has been, administrator has been a request for a lot of years. And always a hard one to fill. So if we even went for that, it's probably not gonna get filled till half the year's up. So.
Yeah, and as far as the engineering goes, I mean, we talk about farming out a lot of the engineering stuff, but would having an engineering technician to help Dan out actually save us money?
I mean, I would be inclined to go with Dan's original lower cost request, just because I think.
Yeah.
He's got an idea. I mean, you know, something might be hard to keep someone busy.
Right.
That might.
Yeah, so let's go, maybe have it go back to halftime? Or
part-time.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I'd be
And that is, again, I don't have the exact number on top of my head, but it is approximately $26,000 total. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Sounds good.
All right. And if it's all right with the commission, I would love, you know, we'll keep conversations and then we'll just have sort of that solidifying yes, no conversation, if that's all right, just to
Yeah.
keep track. Excellent. Thank you.
Did we want to talk about there's the OSTA position too? I don't think we mentioned that, or that we're just gonna leave that at the middle tier.
I love Samosta, but we're really tight.
I think it's gonna be tight too. I agree. I love OSTA. I love what's going on out there, but, yeah, I think that it's
Yeah,
a little
so-
bit lower priority for me than.
Kevin, you did mention, that, from budgeting perspective, we're already over budget.
Yeah.
Right.
This would have to come from surplus, so that'd be.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, we did already have an opportunity to discuss the new position high tier ranking.
Right.
So we'll go ahead and move to reclassifications. So in lowest tier, we had the Assistant Personnel Services Director and the GCAT Director reclassification requests. Do we want to have any discussion about
Where's
these?
that position at?
The, which one?
The Assistant Personnel Services?
It's in the Personnel Services Department, so it's our current Personnel Services Coordinator, Laura.
Oh, it's in your department?
It's in my department.
In HR.
It's Laura, yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, thank you.
So these are, is this all the reclassifications, or these are just the ones that came lowest of?
These are the
reclass-
lowest.
So we're done with the full-time positions?
That's correct, yes.
So
So
we're
if
just
we
those-
wanted to, we could have a pause in conversation and just talk about new positions, or what would you all?
I guess what, just to throw an idea out there, it sounds, correct me if I'm not reflecting the consensus, but it sounds like we definitely want to fund the engineering assistant at some level. You know, maybe the original part-time request, maybe.
Yeah.
Or, it seemed like all the others seemed like not essential, though maybe, that like the IT person got ranked the highest. So we could leave that on the list as we look at the other budget numbers, if, somehow we're able to make cuts at other places. We feel like we can afford the IT thing as well. Go further down the list, we can, but we wouldn't, but it's something we would be willing to cut.
Right. I think leaving these on the grant funded ones, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should
Money
do
that
all the
we're
grant
spending
funded
to
ones.
get the Position at this point.
So the corporate security deputy, I mean, that's. It's grant funded.
Let's not get.
Right.
We try that. Yeah, so I would throw that out there as an
I
idea.
think that helps Steve to start reducing that number by going through. So we're really just leaving the engineer and IT on there for now. And if we have to come back and address it again, we do so. And that allows us to then move on to the new position.
That's a grant.
And the grant fund.
And then, and we've got these reposition class things, which are much lower budget item. My impulse is to, I think this is generally going to employees who are already here and that we want to retain.
So we want to maintain.
So,
In your ranking system, I didn't
Yeah,
really see the evidence technician come up into the rankings.
Yes, I am going to be transparent. Well, let's see. I'm gonna be transparent. I accidentally left that one off.
Okay, because
of this,
in my
but-
mind, that ranks still pretty
But what
high,
I-
but
what
it
I
didn't
left it off
fall
of
on the ranking
this.
system.
What I'll say is it ranked at a 4.33. Which would have landed it. It would have been in the middle. It would have been another middle position.
Would be able to identify that was already approved. That was already.
I didn't hear any feedback.
I thought we approved it.
I'd also like if you could follow up with the assessor's office. I'm not ready to bury that one. I think that we still need to consider whatever it is, if that office needs help this next year. I mean, that's a pretty essential position that.
And what I'll reflect, because I appreciate any advocacy when it comes to
Sure.
supporting our offices.
Well, I know she came forward in the budget meetings with Stephen and us, and she requested something at that time in our budget advisory board meetings.
Which one are we talking about?
We gave her some options.
Didn't get,
Follow up on something else.
right.
It's worth following up.
but I do think, a year ago, we had this discussion about the assessor's office, and I think the consensus amongst, these same seven commissioners was, it's a super important issue. we throw out numbers like $200,000, increase in their budget if they could get things working better. And so I think it's totally consistent with that sentiment. We still have it to fund the position if that would help. So,
Unless she's just changed her mind, I don't know why she would have felt better.
Right, and what I'll say is, we, I would be happy to follow up with her. I haven't, received any feedback or response as I've been working with department heads. Officials that have requested, the need for additional staff support in their departments.
So these are the medium, and what you said that, the evidence technician kind of fell in the medium here.
That's correct, yes, and I apologize for leaving that off. It was a little bit of coming down to the line, waiting for responses, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you all.
So it sounds like the evidence tax.
It's
Medium.
I'm lukewarm on it, depending on what the overall picture looks like.
I would say that keep it with the grant funded positions and IT and engineer as a possibility.
Engineer at a part-time rate.
Depending on where we get that bottom line.
And now the reclassification,
Yeah, maybe you
the
can.
thing with reclassification that I always think about is that it is somebody that is working like Kevin said. And if it's a request and we turn it down, that's kind of hurts it's more morale thing that happens. And so I guess when possible to reclassify if we have because when keeping employees is less expensive than replacing them.
Right.
Very much less expensive. Replacing employees is so expensive.
It looks like Quinn had something to weigh in on this.
Yeah, I will say that as an admin, we've really tried pretty hard to not allow any sort of reclassifications that haven't seen a noticeable increase in their job duties. I think we can all agree, everybody in the whole county building can agree that the county generally feels understaffed. Everybody's working extra. That's just kind of the normal. But if someone has gone above and beyond, then hopefully that was what the justification for the reclassification was. And this is never just something where I would advocate for, oh, this person has been here a long time and they need more money. This is staff that has been here for a time and their job duties have literally evolved and they've taken on more responsibility and they're actually doing more than is encapsulated in their job description. So that's the justification for the reclassifications. And if someone hasn't met that, or if someone's just cruising at what they've always been doing and their duties are well within their job description, we wouldn't recommend them for reclassification.
And so sorry, were you gonna go, Bill? Do these recommendations come from HR? Do they come from themselves? Where do these come from?
It's a combination. We've talked back and forth.
Okay, gotcha,
I've
gotcha. Okay, so
talked
you
about
guys have
almost all of
done
these.
these assessments and,
Yeah.
okay.
And they've come through your office, Quinn, and you're a thumbs up on any of the reclassifications. You'd squash it if it wasn't.
Well, I'm a realist at the same time. I
Yes.
know that we don't have the money to give everybody.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
That's job duties have changed a little tiny bit, more money. That's not realistic.
Yeah, yeah.
But the people whose job classifications or who are doing more than is encapsulated in their current job description,
Okay,
I think do deserve to be compensated more if they've taken on more duties.
gotcha.
Whether we have the capacity to meet all those requests is pretty unlikely, and I understand that.
Yeah. Okay. It's great. That's a great answer.
But I was
Bill.
I appreciate that they're coming through Quinn first. I have to disagree with Mary because every time an employee comes forward and asks for more money is not reason to give them a raise. Yes, it's hard to retain employees. I know we have excellent employees here, but we also have this number that Stephen is very patiently sitting over there twiddling his thumbs that we have to get to. So just because is not good enough. It's gotta be above and beyond, as you're saying, Quinn, and we've got to be real careful. that we
And I
don't have
fully realize that
200 employees asking for a raise next year.
even people that are doing above and beyond with the reality of the budget, it's just not gonna happen. I understand that, but we do try and kind of filter these out to where
Appreciate that.
Job
Yes.
descriptions have changed.
And what I'll reflect as well is there are two components that any department head that came to me with a reclassification we talked about. One is that the individual currently in the position is excelling above and beyond and has grown that position, and that position needs to continue to operate at that level, even if this employee were to leave, right? So both in its present iteration, that position has grown, and in future iterations, it must continue to perform at that level based on the department's evolving needs.
Evan?
To Kevin's earlier point of just like getting some stuff off the table and having some placeholders in the budget to circle back around. It looks like all these reclassifications would still total less than one of the new positions. And so I would recommend just kind of bundling all the reclassifications together at this point, saying this is the total price tag for all the reclassifications, keeping that in the budget now, and then moving on with some of these other ones. And then we can look at, you know, if we want new positions or the reclassifications. At this point, personally, I would rather fund the reclassifications than one of the new positions.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, I agree.
I like, I think that's a way to look at it because.
Just as a temporary placeholder.
Yes, as a temporary, this is how much it's gonna cost if we reclassified everybody.
Can we just run through the other ones though, just real quick, just to refresh our memories? Low tier, I mean, we don't have to spend any time discussing them.
Sure. An additional reclassification was the Grand Center's facility maintenance technician.
Okay, that was just about $4,000.
Correct,
Okay.
yes. Just a one grade increase. And then the highest rankings were the commission coordinator and deputy clerk auditor positions. If those
Which would-
positions are reclassified, then it will essentially, we would not backfill the special events manager position, though that money is TRT and this is general fund, but just for context. And then the planner one position out of the planning department, which was also a one grade increase.
Stephen?
Just a clarification then on the budget, are we assuming already that that position is being eliminated?
This is with the assumption that the special events manager position will be eliminated.
Is that what's, the budget now currently reflects that, the proposed budget that we have?
Yes.
Okay. So we, from the 1.6 or whatever, 1 million, wherever you guys are at, this doesn't change that. It's not an additional reduction. No, okay.
Doesn't help.
Thanks.
Quinn?
Yes.
Did you, was that what you were asking?
And so the commission coordinator position, who is that? What position is that?
That's Alicia.
That's
Alicia. Thank you. And then, is that a decision to eliminate the special events position completely? Where did that decision get made? And why would we even be considering that unless, I realize we're moving that over into Gabe's office, but either somebody has an awful lot of time that they're not utilizing now. I mean, to me, that position seems like it had quite a bit surrounding it, so I'm.
Yes, and though you did reflect those comments last meeting, I believe that we can certainly, it looks like Quinn was about to maybe address them, but.
No, I do think that that was a super key position as we did the transition to the new special events software and getting all those special events up and running and documented and knowing what was going on in the county, which was what the commission wanted. I think now that it's running smoothly, that we've got some space to fill it. I mean, basically it's been empty now for 4 months and Alicia has been doing it. One more person, Gabe's office, to kind of balance that load. So if someone was out of town or someone was gone, then it would still be filled and they'd still be being responded to those events. I just think that position has streamlined itself essentially. It certainly hasn't gone away.
Do you
And
remember?
we
how
haven't
painful
closed it.
it
It's
was?
still open on the
I do.
website.
I remember that there was a lot of work that young lady went through, so to go from.
For sure.
Whatever her
She did a
salary
good
was to
job.
$3,000 bump here is gonna take care of it. Just worries me that we're missing something.
Well, it's consistent with what Quinn just said. I remember even, early on after she was hired, Mallory thought that after the initial work getting set up, that she would have some time and, expected about, her job description would expand so that she would be. So I think it's that proposal is just this position.
Steven?
Just a funky note on this, and I've picked Quinn's brain about this already. in your guys' special event coordinating code, it makes it a little bit unique. It makes it a little bit odd because now you're going to have somebody at Gabe's office responding to the commission about events, which could create some interesting dynamics because the individual that's doing the special event coordinating, sometimes they're the crux of the focal point of deciding if an event's high impact or low impact. And so that's notable because the policy position that that person holds, it just could be a little bit unique, awkward, different because that person now is going to be being supervised by your clerk auditor. So I've noted that to Quinn, and it's just something for the commission to understand.
Would there be a clear division of job duties between the two? Or it would be broken out?
I guess really you're gonna delegate to that person. You could change your delegation from that individual being the special events coordinator. I think that label, that's what Quinn and I talked about being the potentially the fix is calling that individual the special events coordinator in brackets, because that's how your entire code reads now, that they have to go through the special events coordinator. So that the deputy clerk auditor will become the special events coordinator and be that point person for that element of the commission's policy position. So just noting that, it doesn't really change anything, but it just is awkward. Normally the commission doesn't have people that are responsible for their policy position in another elected's house.
And that is that Dana? Who would take that on?
No, it's Jenny.
Oh, right, okay.
So when I have a question on information from an event or the upkeep after an event, do I commissioner go to Gabe or to Jenny Beth?
That's, yeah, and that's the only weird thing because you guys are selecting that individual to run events, and I don't know how.
Wouldn't you first go to
If that created
Alicia?
a lot of these, we could have a Alicia.
Right. I would assume you'd first go to Alicia. And then
Okay,
All I do is.
it's
point
gonna
out
come
different
up,
things.
just so you know.
I think we're good on this.
I like Evan's
Yeah.
suggestion. Let's do that. They can, yeah, it's reclassification.
Great.
That's good.
Well, I've already kind of included it. So.
Maybe I would make one more comment. I'm somewhat hesitant to do this because I want to support every department individually and uniquely and countywide, but if there is a single department that is the most understaffed department at the county, I do think it's IT right now. So
I do too.
Okay.
So I,
Great.
How did you do that, Matt? Would you pay him to say that?
probably would have said that when Matt was here.
Quinn wants support. It's kind of weird.
No, thank you, Quinn. I very much appreciate
Yeah,
that feedback. I think it's
that
important. Yeah, definitely helps.
Before we leave here,
Yes.
summarize. make it a-
Okay.
Absolutely.
Are we at the point now or are you still going through this?
We are at the feedback.
So I heard include the reclasses for now. in our exercise.
Yes.
For now, okay. Include IT,
Yes.
engineering.
Yep.
And the 3 grant fund.
Right. And I think the engineering was at the lower level. This is what we decided on. Is that right?
At the part-time,
Yeah.
26,000, yes.
Okay. Well, you and I will share notes. and you'll
Yep.
update.
I will.
decide about the,
So we did save some money.
Do we chisel some away? What about the one?
We did?
The evidence technician, yes, the evidence, that was thank you, Mike, for catching us, for the evidence technician position. What I heard was, and again, it sounds like prior to my time, that position had potentially already been approved, but we are still putting that on the for now table.
Okay,
as part of
I
this
thought we did
exercise.
too.
My recollection is that we never did approve it. We discussed it at length, I think in 2 or 3 different meetings. And Alicia and I both looked at, we don't see anywhere that that was approved. It was discussed ad nauseam, yes,
I
but
think we
I don't
should
think.
follow up with the assessor.
I will do my very best. I believe that Debbie is out, but I will do my best to get them covered.
Just to make sure it was the evidence tech was also, yes.
That's correct, yes, thank
Okay,
you.
right.
so we did do a little carving.
So the evidence tech, that's. So the.
A straw poll on me said yes, but
What position? So. I say yes to everything.
So we haven't.
So this 606,000 here, probably a couple $100,000 at least.
That's correct.
And you
Yes.
give me a good number, so.
I'll give you
Okay,
the number.
So we did move the needle, right?
A little bit. Thanks. Yeah.
Not $2 million.
Okay.
Still
All
not
right.
enough for David's.
Okay,
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
very good.
Thanks, Tess.
Thank you.
Chris, or how much time do we got?
We can keep, let's
get
let's
it
keep
done.
going.
Let's
Yeah.
just keep going.
Okay,
I think I'm prepared to be here till 5.
all right.
We had that item
Order some
before,
let's go.
Chris, did we want to talk about that item before?
6.
Which Jock, the public safety Utah retirement systems?
Okay, yeah,
You wanna talk-
those are both topics on here either way, so we can talk.
Okay.
about-
Yeah, let's, Chris is at the table.
Yeah, that's
Why
fine.
don't we just go ahead with?
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Do you want me to pull up? What do you want me to pull up, just the summary, Doc?
Sure. And right now, there's no change in the budget. Or the proposed budget.
I'm sorry.
There's 0 increase to elected
Yeah,
officials.
that's one of
Okay,
the
okay.
additional line items on there. Salary narrative. Oh, that's.
So just to reiterate, this isn't a request from myself or other elected officials for an increase, but it is a request that the commission take a look at the salaries and decide what they think about them, because we're not on the same schedule as other employees that are receiving increases outside of the COLA. At the last meeting, there was some interest in getting some additional information, which I'm trying to provide in as far as comparisons with other counties, different classes we can look at. Also, information on cost of living and population. So I included that, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about any of the data that I provided.
Can you pull up that chart, Chris, that had the different the actual spends on the different levels that you were
See if I
discussing?
Oh, it's this one.
That's
So
it.
It's on two different
Okay.
runs here, but anyway, this is what we.
I recall. Right.
And I did do a little email, and it wasn't conclusive, but the feedback I got was more middle ground.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the same table from last time or is this a new one?
Yeah, and there's the.
It's a different table.
Where is it?
The average of all counties except sixth class is included again. It's slightly different. It's because I excluded Uinta County from the average because they haven't changed their elected official salaries in about 10 years, which is a major outlier when you look at the counties. So it's about $4,000 higher than what it was in the previous table. It's about 16,000, and this one it's about 20,000. And then the average of all counties except sixth and fifth class is a new one that wasn't in the last table. And then I did include the comparison of what it would have looked like if elected officials received a 3% increase each year. And that's the same as the prior table.
Okay.
But I excluded the comparisons between what the gap between the sheriff and attorney's salaries would look like and the comparison between the elected officials. Chief deputies.
I think it is included the 53,000 here is
Okay, so these are not looking at municipalities, these are just counties. And it's just a straight average of the 26 or 27 counties or something. Well, not saying some number of counties, but they all.
Yes, yeah, excluding the sixth class in the first one and Uinta, and excluding sixth, fifth, and Uinta in the second one. too.
I think I'll start it out. I think on the survey, I advocated for a 3%. I think that seemed like a reasonable mark for me personally.
So
Um,
is it a 3% plus the COLA? Or is it just a 3%?
It would be 3% plus the COLA.
A long time.
I would,
But wait, but that's not a one-time 3% increase. This number in the table is
Yeah,
just
that's
multiple
reimagining.
3%.
right, so 3% each year,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
and I
okay,
did factor in COLAs in addition to that.
Right.
Yeah, so they are included.
Okay.
And I was a little bit, maybe I'm misunderstanding the compensation for other non-elected employees, but I thought the 3% increases came like every second year was typical merit
So
increase.
you get a longevity increase every other year, and then if you participate in the pay for performance program, then you're eligible in the intervening years for another 3%.
Okay, so not all employees get 3% every year, but
Yep.
some of them do because they,
That's correct.
so that's.
And I think that the judge has argued that she should be eligible for the 3% every year because the code says that she should receive all the increases that regular employees do. And so
Well, is it regular to
Well, I don't-
participate in the?
don't quote me on that. I don't know what it says exactly in code, but yeah.
Salary set by statute. Judge, generally, the justice court judge. It's capped by statute.
Why is she lobbying us for?
I'm using his hearsay to say what state code is. He operated up.
Remember Chris Beard's take something about, I can't remember, but it was like her salary was raised quite a few, maybe like the Curtis, I can't remember. Curtis. Yeah. Right.
I guess.
I've got the section if you guys want. It's 78A-7-206, which says the governing body of the municipality may not set a full-time justice court judge's salary at less than 70% nor more than 90% of the district court judge's salary. So it's controlled by state code.
And she has, but there's other code that says that they should get the same sort of increases that. I haven't.
Okay, but that's interesting to know. Thanks. I guess my feelings, similar to what I said last time, because elected officials are always changing. We set a salary and we don't know who's going to win the next election. It makes the idea of merit increases are, kind of difficult. I think COLAs of course make total sense. I also think occasionally comparing ourselves to averages of other counties, so we're keeping up and being reasonable. That makes sense, but I guess I don't understand the logic of. I mean, and it's hard making this argument when Chris is sitting there because I think Chris has done a really exceptional job at treasurer, and if anyone deserves merit increases, it's him. But just to do that across the board doesn't make sense to me. We might get some of that if other counties are raising their salaries for other reasons, we would pick up that if we use the averages. So I guess I'd be inclined, maybe it's the, the middle two rows of the table that we're looking like now make more sense. I guess I'd want to ask like how many of those counties are fifth class, how many are fourth, and see what the average would be just of those subparts. And then I think we can also ask, maybe Grand County should be treated like a third class county if we want to be. You've already got that.
If Stephen, if you go to the narrative. Document.
Yeah.
Scroll down. Here. Okay. So I did provide fourth and fifth, fourth only, third, fourth and fifth.
I see.
In addition to the other two.
Okay, so it looks like a lot of those are coming out to so our salaries are already higher than the fourth and fifth, or the fourth only. Okay.
Like it made sense to me. I asked Chris if I was one that asked for fourth and fifth, because that made sense to me. It's like, but
our salaries very higher than those.
Well, salaries were set last time on an average of all the counties except the 6 class counties. So if you cut out, higher class counties, that's gonna result in lower average in general.
Okay, so this, everything except 6, that's something we used in the past.
Yeah. Stephen, would you scroll up a little bit on this? So right here is a summary of the averages that were used since 2013 or roughly.
Okay, I didn't I read that paragraph, but I didn't so this isn't like a state legislature thing, it's what Grant County did in those.
Yes.
Okay, now I get it. Thanks. Bill?
Yeah. You know, this is an extremely difficult position to be in because is Chris worth more money? Is Gabe worth more money? Or our elected officials? Of course they are. I'm not going to be the one to say no, but at some point we've got to come back to Steve over here and say no to something. I'm not suggesting that it take place right here. Has Gabe, his workload increased? Yes, on one hand. And I'm not trying to make a negative here, but we also gave him another employee in Stephen Bowles there, which increased that department overhead by adding budget. I'm not even sure your title, my apology. But we're seeing across the board that we're spending more money, and I go back to the COLA chart that Tess provided in our last commission meeting, and from 2020 to 2025, we've seen an increase of just under 25% COLA in 5 years, and I would gladly put $100,000 in a savings account if I could get that kind of money off of it. So we're doing our best to take and include COLAs every year. I know prior to my being on the commission, there was an 8.7% COLA, and then we voted COLA last year, and we're going to do it again this year. And to me, these decisions need to be based off of what our economic development department is doing to increase growth in this county, and that comes from more advertising, that comes from new businesses, that comes from a growth across the county, or it comes out of the taxpayers' property tax, the bottom line. And so somewhere we have to decide that we want to see the county grow at, say, 3%. And then the 3% ask of an elected official or a staff person is easier to swallow. But when we make these requests and we don't have a general plan, overall directive to the economic development department to see this county grow, and we haven't, I'm not pointing fingers. This isn't a political statement I'm trying to make. We've tried to push the other direction as commissioners. There's been a definite downward trend in this county. So I'd like all of the elected officials to write the commission a letter and say, okay, it's time to start looking for a positive growth in Grand County. And then that is a political statement, right? Then it's easy to say, if we're looking for 3.5% across the county, why then all the tide raises all boats. But when it goes out, they all sit in the mud, and we're kind of sitting in the mud right now. We're looking at 0.5% positive by redoing Stephen's numbers in a little bit different way. And I could redo them again myself, and I could come up with a whole different number, but we have a decision to make, and it's not just on elected official salaries. It's on how do we see this county moving forward? Do we want no more growth? Do we want no more tourism? Or do we want a little bit? Do we want a positive? So that then, as I said, everybody rises together. That's all I'm saying. And it's a tough decision to make here. It's very tough. And Gabe's sitting there. Gabe's done an outstanding job. Chris, I mean, I want to invest some money through Chris. Look what he's done with the county finances and the growth that we've seen in our savings account just off of investments. So it's a difficult position for me to be in. I'm just laying that out there, but I'm also laying out the fact that Steve is patiently waiting for us to get to an acceptable number.
Stephen, go ahead.
I'll just add a little bit of information, from, the good and the bad of electeds, right? Number one, the electeds don't get, the idea behind a COLA is that you are kind of keeping pace with inflation. So your electeds don't get an increase every single year apart from the COLA, whereas regular employees get an increase from their steps and then the COLA on top of that. You get no sick leave, you get no vacation time, you don't get a lot of things to bank as an elected. And so I think that's one thing to consider. I think that's helpful for an elected, but it's also negative because if you lose an election, you don't have really a safety net. And so I think that's one thing when you guys balance and have this conversation, it's hard because people in my office will continue to go up the steps and charts, same as Gabe's office and Chris's office. But your elected is always going to stay stagnant. Now, is that balanced by the fact that I can choose when I come to work, within reason, or have different time off? I think that's one of the hard things that your electeds, kind of are stuck at a certain point until this comes along. So I think it's a tough conversation. I'm in a different position than other electeds, but I do think it's worth understanding that, we don't have a mechanism by which there is an automatic raise or decrease, and then it's really hard to undo the raises. Just knowing it.
Right.
Evan?
I mean, it's not stagnant in the sense like there is a COLA, and I guess I come from a teaching background, so does Mary. So every pay raise was pretty minuscule. So to me, 2.5% is quite a bit. And then the other thing I'll say about an elected, because I am one, you've made the choice to do it. The reality is stepping into this position has some benefits, and it has, there are negatives that come to it. That feeling of I might not have a job in a couple months. I just had that feeling. And so the reality is we make those choices, and we are giving raises. And I will extract a little bit from Bill. I think you made some very valid points. When we are projecting growth at 0.5% and we're saying we're going to give a 3.5%, well, with a COLA, a 6% raise, that it just doesn't equate to me. And these are very hard decisions because you're looking at people face to face, but we need to be fiscally responsible to the citizens of this county.
Evan had his hand up, and then I'll get him here.
I was just gonna say, to the point of like actually delivering an answer and coming up with a number to put into the budget. I like the approach of a formulaic, like this is what we're looking at, and then kind of to be applied across the board. In 2022, we did all classes except the 6th class county, and I would be okay with keeping on par with that and doing that again to adjust the elected officials' salaries to be the average of those.
What was that? That was
3.5.
all except 6th class.
It was the formula, so as it was presented in the
3.5.
That was the lowest, or this one right here.
Which page are you on?
I'm on page 1 of the additional.
Okay. Something else that we talked about it last time is the clerk auditor position is actually 2 positions, and I think some of the counties that were surveyed have those broken out as 2 different positions. So I don't know if it's possible to look at the counties that just have a clerk auditor and go with that. I think that seems more reasonable for our situation, because I know Gabe is definitely has both of those responsibilities. And not just Gabe, but anyone who steps into that office is going to have both of those responsibilities. So just looking at across the board at that, yeah, I don't know.
I certainly wasn't implying anything negative about.
Oh, no, I didn't,
No.
I would, no, I wasn't, I wasn't addressing what you said. I'm just saying, I think it is different. Not every county has that as a combined position. So I would assume that counties that do have that as a combined position would pay more than counties that have them separately. Yeah.
If you want to scroll down, Stephen.
I wouldn't want to step out in this forum without every elected official getting a chance to make a case for themselves. So
Right,
I might
sure.
just defer, I might just stay quiet at this moment, just out of fairness. I think you all understand whatever, the way that.
Doing a great job.
So right there is the breakdown of how many counties of each class have a clerk auditor or a separated clerk and auditor.
So 100% of the fifth class have a clerk auditor.
Yes.
Okay.
And then if you scroll down, I did that sort of analysis for the commission to look at the difference between counties that have them combined or have them separated. And in most class counties, the combined position earns less than either of the separated positions. And I separated it by county class because that's going to skew really heavily if you do it across.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah.
Larger counties that generally have them separated.
Okay.
But in the fourth class, which I think there's only two counties, the combined is paid a little bit more than the separate. So if we were to take the averages and they do the combined, it would not.
Okay.
Kevin, I can answer your question about the number of counties in each class. So there's 4 sixth class counties, 4 fifth class counties, and the fourth class is the largest with 9. And when I said 5 fifth class, that's not including Grand, which is also fifth class. That'd be 5 total with us. And then there's 6 third class counties, 4 second class, and 1 first class.
Is there an easy way to come up with a number if we just throw out 3% and we add the COLA to it? What that would amount to across the board for a total of all elected officials? I haven't seen it in here, but I'm guessing that we're talking about, and I haven't read all of this, I apologize, but the assessor, the recorder, the treasurer, the clerk auditor, and is there anything else I'm missing? 4 positions, right?
Did you say
The surveyor is on this list.
Oh, surveyor, I'm sorry, so the 5th position.
I mean, we're not talking about sheriff or county attorney.
I did not include them on this.
Sheriff and attorney we did the sheriff last year and the attorney the year before.
So those 5 positions, and then what is that? And even if we did it off of a 3% and a 4% or 3 and 3.5 plus the COLA, just what that dollar amount actually is, bottom line, because it might make it a lot easier for us.
So the COLA is already included, right? What's already? Yeah, and there would be a small difference between the COLA as it stands and the COLA on top of a 3%.
Sure.
That would be very small.
Yeah, very small.
But the average there, we had it up a minute ago. But if you do the 6th class county, all of the counties, but dropping the 6th class and Uinta County, that comes out to an average of 3.5% increase for those 4 offices. We would apply that 3.5% increase to the surveyor because there's not enough data to do the surveyor on their own. And that total annual increase after benefits are added in is about 20,000. That doesn't.
And which page is that on?
That's final page 2 of the additional elected official data.
Yeah, I'm sorry that this came out as a PDF. The conversions from spreadsheets to PDFs don't work that great. I'll try to find a better way next time. So yeah.
You said there's not enough data on a surveyor. Does that mean that a lot of counties just don't have an elected surveyor?
Yeah, very few.
And then
Maybe
our,
we should think about that.
yeah, well, I think we have done in the
Most
past,
counties do not have an elected surveyor.
right?
Many counties have.
And then my understanding with the surveyor, so it's a part-time position, is that correct?
Right.
And yet they get benefits, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. No,
And-
I think that's right.
And so so we're all part-time electeds, we don't get benefits, which is fine. But I'm just wondering where that outlier came from. I don't know.
I don't. Well, I have a surveyor is part-time, but they receive
Benefits.
benefits.
It's a HR question.
Some strange outlier that probably needs to be remedied, you know. Hard to do it with the current one, but anyways.
So just trying to wrap this, so.
Yeah.
you know, Bill threw out this idea of this 3% increase. So another idea that's on the table is take the average of all counties but 6 and that. On average, that's similar, the budget impact. And it's consistent with what we did before. I mean, I could be okay with either of these. I do think, as Tricia made the point that, you know, elected officials are not like other employees and that we ran, you know, we don't give ourselves merit increases, even though we get better as time goes by. But so I just think, you know, this analogy that, you know, these other regular employees are getting these increases, therefore I'd like to assume that part I just don't buy, but I think comparing with other counties makes sense. This makes sense. So, and I think the overall fiscal impact to our budget would not be huge. Either of those two options I just mentioned.
I said that.
Okay.
So you're saying,
Spent way more time on $20,000.
Yeah.
I know. So, but what you're saying is either,
Alright.
you're not saying 3% and a COLA, you're saying 3%.
I thought the bill said 3% and a COLA.
That's what I asked.
Cola plus. what you
So
said.
5.5%.
And the COLA's not included in that 20,000.
Yeah.
That's,
Oh,
Right.
That's what I was looking.
but it is already in
What's
the
bottom
budget.
line we're
That's
talking
my
about?
understanding.
Now in the book that's well as.
But that 20, sorry, that was for one position, 20,000.
No,
Oh, that was for all the
That's all.
positions.
Yeah, I argue that, I know this is sensitive, but a $20,000 to $50,000 line item is not.
Listen, Steve, you're supposed to be making us cut, not
Well, no,
grow.
But.
I'm giving you, I'm making
I know,
fun. Good.
But I think you can give me a number. I mean, even what I'm hearing, 3.5% sounds reasonable. I propose, say a poll on this, and I put that in there, and this is still a work in progress, right? And I want, what I'm starting to see here is there's so many other big ticket items.
Yeah,
Right. We
right.
need to talk about.
Let's do
Yeah.
that.
And it's all gonna need to be put into a big chart. And at some point, it'll be like horse trading. All right, take this off, put that in,
Yeah.
and your opinions may change as we go through this horse trading exercise.
Okay, so which one, let's put one of the two in, either the, what were we gonna do? All the counties except 6 or 3%, right?
3%.
3%.
With the
I guess
COLA, so
that
that's
was
5.5.
the average of counties, which
That's 3.5.
roughly the same amount.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
I think average, you know,
Yeah, let's put that in as a,
3.51?
and just real quick, there are, looks like 10 counties with surveyors. One of them is a commissioner surveyor and 2 of them are recorder surveyors. So I didn't want to say that there's very few. I said there's very few. There's a fair number that.
so there's 8 that are comparable to our county.
7 that are comparable to our county.
Okay. 8.
and
Yeah, thanks.
you know, just, I know the PDF mangled the spreadsheet on one of these documents, but as I look at it more and understand what's there, I mean, I think you've done a super good job of this, Chris. So inclined to get the big.
Oh my
So
God.
it's not, and in particular, those graphs where you put the population on a logarithmic scale, that was good. That's what. I
Oh my
wanted.
gosh, Chris,
So I just
you're
wanted to
using it with
acknowledge.
your math skills. Look at it.
Highlighted today right now.
I know.
Yeah, or maybe it means that
I even
Chris is owner
highlighted Grant's
occupied.
data points for you. I even highlighted.
Oh, I
Grant's
was
data
gonna
points.
criticize you for not highlighting it because I couldn't see. the
Oh my
highlight.
It's
gosh.
right there. It's highlighted.
So help me understand, what's the number we're gonna use? 3%, 3.5%?
Right.
3.5.
It's
3.5.
or
it's the
whatever the
numbers.
average.
Yeah. All right.
3.5.
I can get those numbers to you.
Okay.
All right,
Can I have a request that we do
Yep.
the interest allocation next?
let's do.
I really have to get back to my office.
So let's do it, and then that'll save a lot of, now I think this document might have. Got me up here too.
So in, prior to 2021, the county had a whole lot of PTIP accounts, and they were assigned to various funds. And money was in those accounts earning their own separate interest, but there was not a mechanism for movement of funds in and out of those PTIF funds. And I'm sorry, PTIF is the Public Treasurers Investment Fund. That's our money management pool. And there wasn't a mechanism for money to move in and out of those funds as the fund balances of those funds changed. And so for the first 5 years I was here, like for instance, the library, it was like, I can't remember exactly how much, but some amount of money sat in there earning interest, and it had absolutely no connection whatsoever with the reality of what the library fund budget was. So in 21, we decided to do what most other counties do, which is pool all your investments into one PTIF account with the idea of then allocating that interest out amongst the funds based on the amount that they comprise of interest, right? Which is what everybody does, and it makes sense. And it was crazy that we had that many PTIP accounts, and yeah, trying to manage them that way just wasn't ever going to work very well. So in 21, we pooled the investment funds, and we have not yet allocated that interest for various reasons, turnover in the clerk's office and other reasons. But we are at the point where because interest rates have gone up so much, and it's quite a bit of money now, that it's really time for the county to start doing that, and it can make us an impact on the budget for this year. So we did some research into what other counties do for interest allocation. I've provided a draft interest allocation policy. I'm sorry that it didn't get to you sooner. It's in the packet now, and I emailed it to you a few minutes ago. But the long and the short of it is that most of the funds are going to get an interest allocation based on how much they comprise of the investment funds. But in several counties that we have looked into, if a separate fund is primarily general fund money has funded it, then there are quite a few counties that do not provide an interest allocation to that fund. So the first one that comes to mind would be our capital projects fund, which has been funded almost entirely, as far as I know, by general fund monies. And so the idea there is to provide more flexibility for the commission with what they do with that interest money. And according to the state auditor's uniform accounting manual, there is no state code about interest allocation except in certain circumstances, like B Roads has to receive its own interest allocation by code. But specifically for like an unrestricted capital projects fund, it's up to the commission whether or not they want to allocate interest there. And so I provided a draft policy. Basically, I've listed out 8 criteria that would indicate that a fund does receive an interest allocation. So the first one is that it's statutorily required. Like I mentioned, B Roads, also impact funds or impact fees. Number 2 would be component units like the cemetery and mosquito. They're not even part of the Grand County entity. They should definitely keep their interest. Funds with their own tax levy like the library. I think that also makes a lot of sense. Enterprise funds like Sand Flats, which are supposed to operate sort of on their own separately. Restricted capital projects like the Road Capital Fund or the Library Capital Fund. Also, we have a fund where most of the airport's capital projects live. The next one is funds where the primary source of the fund's balance is from grants. That's another area where you may have to allocate interest is with certain grants. Number 7, funds where the primary source of the fund balance is restricted in its use. So this would take into account TRT county portion, economic development, which is the promotional portion of TRT, the healthcare sales tax, which goes to the EMS and the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. And then number 8, funds where an agreement or a contract specifies that interest earnings will accumulate. I don't have an example for that one. I don't know that we have any of those, but we might in the future. So the notable ones that are not covered by those 8 criteria are the Stormwater Mitigation Fund, the Capital Projects Fund, the courthouse debt, which no longer has a tax rate. And our health insurance fund. And I think our goal today, this policy, I think, should be formally adopted eventually by the commission. We're not at that stage yet, but we are at the stage where if there's some kind of consensus we can get from the commission on how at least you want this to be allocated for budgetary purposes for 2025, that would be very helpful with the budget process.
So Chris, I missed at the very beginning. What are we doing now? Like, what did we do last year for interest allocation?
We have not allocated the interest, so it has accumulated in the general fund.
So it's just sitting there, but we're not using it basically. And if by allocating, it means we have access to that interest for budgetary purposes.
So I'll take a step back. Definitely last year when we did the budget, I used my estimate for the interest allocation put into the budget.
Okay.
But the money has not actually been moved out of the general fund to the other funds. And this year in the current budget, I have it allocated to every single fund. If you decide to go with the draft policy as it stands now and not allocate interest to those to the capital projects fund, the stormwater mitigation, the health insurance, and the courthouse debt, then that money would potentially be available in the budget for next year. And I want to be very clear that this is not a policy saying that there shouldn't be additional money added to any of those funds, to the stormwater or the capital projects. But it does allow the commission the decision. You could look at it and say, well, we want that money to go to stormwater, and you can allocate that as a contribution to stormwater rather than just having the interests accumulate there. And from where the budget is right now, it changes it. So capital projects has a lot of money in it currently. And it's the overall impact to it was about 400,000.
The interest.
Yeah, for all four of those funds.
Okay, so that's 400,000, which in the current budget, the current tentative budget is just going back into those capital funds, but we're saying, no, it should go back into the general fund.
You can't say that.
Describe what we've assumed in our current situation. Assume this policy is accepted. Around 2020.
As of a couple days ago.
Yes, as a couple days ago.
Not as of the last budget workshop.
Yeah. So this policy is already assumed in position.
Oh, okay.
It's not going to be held. It's already assumed.
Okay, so if we say we want to, got it. Okay.
Basically ratifying that assumption.
It makes sense to me, so
Yeah.
we assume that they put it in there, and if it changed, we would actually have.
Okay. And another thing I'd like to say in general is that, this interest income right now is great. If a pandemic comes along again, it can tank in overnight, basically.
Don't count on it.
So, on the other hand, most forecasts right now, people think that yes, interest rates are going to go down, but they're not going to fall off a cliff. And so that's what I put into my budget estimates for next year. I think I've been pretty realistic and somewhat conservative about how far interest rates are going to drop. Nobody obviously knows, but I've taken the best read that I can on that. But there again, are we going to go back to 0.5%? Like we were for many years. It all depends on how the economy does and whether it overheats and what happens with inflation and all that stuff.
Understood.
So I also had just kind of a technical question. Is there, when you decide in this pooled PTIF account, how much, should really be going to the roads capital budget or something like that? Are you doing that annually or monthly?
The draft proposal has it annually.
Okay, but if the contributions, if roads was, 10% of the total for the first half of the year, and then that dropped to 8.5%, how do you deal with?
Oh, right, not the fund balances as they stood at the end of the year. It's the fund balances every month and then an average of the monthly fund balance.
interest rates might also be changing through.
I did run it. So when we initially set that up, Chris Barrett had recommended doing it that way, partly because he was worried that we weren't necessarily moving money in and out of some of the TRT funds, you know, right when they were used. I'm not sure if that's still the case. But I did run an analysis of what would it be like if we did it month by month, and it was an extremely small difference.
Okay, that answers my concern. Thanks.
And you'd have to have some wild swings in either interest rates or in fund balance, you know, to make that have much of an impact. And I haven't seen that.
So you're just looking for like a thumbs up that we
Yeah,
should do
so
it just this way?
Chris wants to present this for further review, but what we want to do now is say, can we assume this policy, which I believe is very practical and reasonable in our current codes?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm liking the thumbs up.
Okay, I saw it's already in there, so.
Great. So it's not, we don't have to add 40,000 above line.
It didn't help. We didn't save it. Sorry, education.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, appreciate you looking into that.
No, that was great, Chris.
So when you say we should, this should be an action item at some point coming up then to like.
Yeah, we'll get an official.
Make a policy, right, okay.
Resolution or whatever it needs to be. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to do legal review and all of that, like the whereas.
Always legal
Yeah.
review.
Always legal review.
Thank you,
All right,
Chris.
thank you very much. I have to go close my
All right.
eyes out.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, there's one more topic that I did jump over, and that was the sheriff tier 2 HR URS contribution. And maybe that'll leave this for tomorrow to go over.
I think let's take care of it right now. I think tomorrow's is going to be super long also, and we're going to bump up
Okay.
against a
Well, let's-
deadline.
Let's do this one. You know, I mean, that's hard to see, but anyway, it's 82,000.
Yeah.
For the county to contribute to the public safety tier 2 URS contribution for competitive salary. Some of the feedback I got back, yes, actually, one of the feedback that I got was, should the sheriffs cover this in their budget? But anyway.
Well, but this is, right, and so, but they're asking for a budget increase so that they can cover it.
Right.
Bottom line is, should the county cover?
And this is a
employee
yearly,
Portion of this.
this is a yearly
This
contribution.
is a yearly contribution.
So, I mean, to me, it just, if I understood Jameson's presentation correctly, it's like right now, the sheriff's office employees are paying for this, and so the county will pay it. So in effect, it's a, you know, modest pay increase across the department. It's basically what it is. And the reason is other counties, some other counties do.
Mike?
Two things. One, my wife works for the sheriff's department. This does not affect me, or her. Two,
It doesn't affect you.
does not.
She's not.
Oh, she's not on.
one of the.
Oh, I got you. Understood. Okay.
Two, from what I know, Jameson's argument for this helps in, long-term retention, and that is one of our biggest problems in the sheriff's department, so.
I mean, like you.
Bill just, he stopped speaking. He's just like, I'm just gonna use gestures.
I think that was a 3.5% growth. 3.5%.
Like you said, right now we're just kind of cutting some things, and this stuff will still come in
I
probably
propose
high.
that we leave it on the table. I mean,
Horse
we're gonna
trading,
have
right?
to, so I think this is something.
That's fine. We can leave it on the table.
That's what I was going to
What
say.
did you say?
We're
Leave
just
it
gonna
on
leave
the
it on the table
And we could potentially cut it when we're looking at.
you know, we're gonna try to reduce some large number to zero.
We're not helping him.
No.
Helping Steve.
Well, you know what? This actually goes to my point of creating this table of
Right.
illustrating decisions
Right.
that we have to make here, the net zero sum game.
Right.
Play it some
Yeah,
way.
so I think
Right.
I was the one that had proposed that if the sheriff wants it, the sheriff find the money for it, and it was to kind of get the horse trading back in his department, because I mean, it's like, do we need new rifles every other year? Do we need like all this
I
stuff?
see. So your idea is yes, the county should pay for this, but we should not increase the budget. They should just
Correct.
find $80,000 for cuts to make it.
Yeah. And I think if we look at the change in the sheriff's budget over the last 5 or 10 years, I think that if you look at their overall budget over time compared to other departments' budget over time, well, I don't want to assume, but it would be nice to kind of see that. Put the buck back on them.
I mean, it's
Well, I think the answer was, is keep it on the table, it's gonna go on the chart for final analysis.
Right.
Unless somebody wants to push back to the sheriff.
No.
Well, but I think Evan was, I mean, I'm guessing there might be other cuts of the sheriff's department budget. I mean, it's a very large chunk of general fund spending. So if we're looking for savings, that's gonna be one place we do it. But it sounds like what you're saying is that the sheriff thinks this is important, that he should help us identify some additional cuts. For all budget. items.
That's what I was.
Gonna do those other agenda items.
I can tee up what's next, we can decide we want to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, let's tee up what's next. So tomorrow we start at 1, and we're gonna have a hard cutoff at 3 tomorrow.
So just show you what comes up, and maybe you guys could do some homework on this particular one.
Oh boy, homework between now and tomorrow. We have no other life.
So in this link right here on the greater than 1,000. Oh, okay, right here.
It's gonna be a long one, right?
Yeah, but let me show you what I've done. This is just the master budget spreadsheet, but this is the master budget in this BAB short list. So we went over it with the budget advisory board. It is anything that's greater than $1,000 year over year, new, or one-time request. And we blow it up a little bit, just see it. And I tried to highlight new greater than 1,000. Bluish is one time, actually.
So in the packet, it's yellow, green instead of.
Oh, maybe one time unique grant reimbursed, and actually, so that needs to come out. And I've already talked to some department heads. I've already found $89,000. That's kind of like okay to cut if needed. But this is just the list of things that are opportunities to cut. And I'm running around department heads, kind of preparing them that, this may need to go.
Steve, what's the difference between one time and unique?
Okay, well, one time is, and I know that unique is new.
New, okay.
And one time actually has a little, could be paid for by capital.
Okay.
So
But
unique
unique
to me is a cutting option, one time may be a capital expense rather than an operation.
But if unique is new, does that mean we're likely to see it again next year too?
Well, so, and so that you can read the description. So actually, here's another thing. You can read the description from the department head, and then over here, the budget advisory.
Comments, I saw those, right? Yeah.
Including me, have made comments on these. So you could, like right here, here's from the airport, $8,300 for forks. They want to buy some forks for their front end load. All right, well, you could rent those forks.
Right.
Save that cost.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cost, but anyway, the comments from the budget advisory board who sat in those meetings.
I wasn't able to make comments.
You're not, okay, I noticed your comments weren't there, but you weren't able to.
No, when I went in there, I cannot edit that.
That's just a permission thing.
Okay.
And
Give
I
me
can,
permission, because I took notes and went through there.
okay, I'll do that permission thing, already listed as been.
And those fork rentals is one place I was going to make a comment, is that they probably are not rentable. And if they are, by the time you pay an employee to run back and forth to town, I don't know how many times to use them, that 8,500, that is one. item that I wanted to make comments on. It's probably better to buy them.
Well, here's 84 items that fell on the list.
And right now, none of these are in the budget?
They're all
They're all in the budget.
but it's possible, you know, and I told the director, and I said, if we have to cut, we gotta cut, so, here's the short list.
So the version in the packet got mangled. Could you
I'm
email
gonna-
a spreadsheet?
Let me just send you
I
guys.
can't even get it to open. I could be-
I'm gonna send you guys the link to this since I made this homework assignment, it's just a Google
So we're
Doc.
all gonna get it, not just the budget advisory.
Go, I'm just gonna send it to you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, these guys.
And you'll allow me to edit it on that one.
Yeah, I'll give you access. But remember, there's two tabs, the master budget, if you wanna see what is total master
We're
budget.
not allowed
you may
to
see
see what
something that you don't like there. But the bad short list is, you know, the opportunity.
And the short list is just extracted from, is no prioritization.
Oh, no, I cut and paste based on the criteria I said. Get rid of 1,000 new. You can.
So that was a discussion, and maybe you can just answer this for me. I had this discussion with the library board the other day, and then Sean was in there working in the library, so I had the discussion with him. But to me, do these departments come with kind of their list of like, these are our wants or needs, and these are like, you know, red has to happen, you know, they prioritize. Is that something that's
Yeah.
disseminated to the department heads?
Well, that's what I'm doing right now. This is
Okay.
a unique personality or a chosen part of budgeting.
Right,
The first round, everybody asks for what they really.
sure.
Now I go back and I sit down, I look at face to face, and say, hey, you gotta cut something, what you got?
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that's an exercise that just happen. Now we got blocks ticking. So
Yeah.
we got sense.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I think like promoting that information from the very beginning.
I agree.
We discussed that. It's amazing by the time you were to like, you know how people are.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Well, and I guess,
Yeah.
yeah, right. And I guess I'm thinking, yeah, also like improvements, right? Like, so for an example, library, you know, she has this long list of, we need this, 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 and this. And it's like, okay, well, you're not getting them this year. So what has to happen this year? What can happen 2 years, you know? Right, exactly. And so, yeah, and I know you guys do all that. I just.
Yep.
Right, yeah,
This isn't the sum of our problems here as well. We do have a capital project.
Right.
This on for tomorrow, which is all of the HVAC.
right.
Got it, all that other stuff. That's a pretty big too. But I think that one's a little easier to agree to. Does it need to be replaced or not?
Right.
Somebody engineer takes a look at it,
Right.
tells us. But anyway, that's the homework, so I'll send this out tonight. Actually, I'm gonna send out that capital project list too, if you are preparing for tomorrow, this short list and capital project list. That's where the rubber meets the road.
He's after.
Thanks, you guys. It's so much work. Thank you so much.
I'll close the meeting.
Where are you going?
Okay, it's 5:11. We've reached the end of this special Grand County Commission workshop. So I will close the workshop and we'll see you guys all tomorrow.
Lost all the semblance.